let's get into it. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Lovely to see you here. How are you all doing? I spy a Nay in the chat. I spy JBS. I spy Skinity. He's here. They're here. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed my eclectic mix of Christmas songs there. We bounced from Taylor Swift to Sabaton to The Waitresses. So that was pop cheese to classic metal to heavy metal about World War One to new wave. And they're all better than the fucking Fairy Tale of New York. Yeah, I said it. That's the only time I'm a Grinch at Christmas, when that poxy song comes on. Sabaton, hell yeah, they are. So, of course, their Christmas song's going to be awesome. Like, I love the fact that my best friend Lewis showed me that song. And I was like, well, Sabaton are a heavy metal band known for writing songs about history, like military history especially, World War One, World War Two, things like that, battles. So what do you think their Christmas song is going to be about? Do you think it's going to be about that moment at Christmas 1914 on the Western Front in World War One, where there was a brief truce on Christmas Day and the soldiers came out of the trenches and just had a drink and a laugh and played some football? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's absolutely perfect. It's like, as soon as you say that out loud, you're like, oh yeah, of course that's the Sabaton Christmas song. Is there a better one for them, you know? The Last Stand, that's my favourite album of theirs. I love that. The title track of that is beautiful. The one about the... Oh, God. I struggle to remember this. The Last Stand of the... Is it the Roman Guard? The Pope was escaping. Oh, God. My mind's drawn a blank, but whatever. That song, the title track of that album, all of it's great. Also taught me some actual history, a lot of it, including one song on there. Every time I hear the jingle of Christmas wrapping, I want to jump off a train. Well, that's not very nice, says the person that literally just dissed Fairy Tale of New York. Unfortunately, I think there's a problem with Christmas music in that the same, 10 songs get played every single year, and you end up getting sick of at least one or more of them. Like, for example, I have 3 that I will just yeet the radio out the window if they come on at Christmas time. One of them's the Fairy Tale of New York. I can't stand that song. I don't understand why it's become... I think it says a lot about the UK culture that it's apparently the nation's favourite Christmas song, and it's a song about 2 alcoholics, drug abusers, having a fight, arguing and throwing slurs about each other about their crap relationship on Christmas Eve. That's it. Yeah, always hated that song. Don't at me. That's just my one. The other 2 are the John Lennon one. I'm sorry, I know war and poverty is horrible all year round. I don't need to hear it at Christmas again. Sorry to sound a bit selfish there, John, but you know what I mean. I put that in the same category as the this Christmas time. Remember the children. Remember that thing earlier. Yeah, forget that. What's that? Oh, well, you said you weren't going to be here today. And then I said, people don't have to tell me when you're not going to be at the stream. I thought today was Friday. Look, we're in that area. We're in that time of year where days don't exist. There's just days that pass, and then all of a sudden there's Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, some more days, and then New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And that's it. And then sometime after New Year's, you suddenly go, right, what's a week again? Are we on a Monday now? Right, okay. Reset, we're in now. So no, I do appreciate that. I did get a slightly early Christmas present yesterday when my new train showed up. Excellent. I did too, actually, because I haven't assembled it yet, but I can show you the main bit of it. It's my new wheel stand. Hell yeah. Can I get a hell yeah for a new wheel stand? That is my... And of course, can I just say, this didn't even occur to me. But how on brand is this? Who's my new wheel stand by? Yes, of course. But it looks a really good bit of kit. I actually got a steal on this, assuming it all goes together and everything's there, which it looks like it is. Basically, on GT Omega's website, brand new, it's around 120 quid, but it's sold out. Everywhere else... Oh, goodness, everyone's appearing, by the way. I'm sorry, I need to acknowledge people in here. Super Mike's out here. Mark Laren Senna is here. I think it's been a while. It has been. Welcome back in. You've got Smoy Choppers here. I had Faf dealing phone verification. Yeah, sorry about that. We need to keep things on lock here. Because, hate raiders are not welcome. Loki hoping my dad gets me a secret Christmas present, even though he strictly doesn't celebrate Christmas. Well, just because he doesn't. That's just an excuse. Oh, no, I don't celebrate Christmas. Really, is that just a reason for you not to get any presents for anyone else? But yeah, given that this new on GT Omega's website goes for 120 quid and it's not available on their website right now, and I've seen it elsewhere for 140, I found this as an eBay listing from someone who'd got it. I don't think it even used it. Maybe it opened the box once, but hadn't used it, and was selling it on again for 70. I effectively got a nearly new GT Omega wheel stand. I think it's a wheel stand. I can't remember the actual name of I think it's just called the Classic Wheel Stand for about half price, which is brilliant. I'll take that. A Merry Christmas to that person in West London who was selling it to me. So it arrived yesterday. Very usefully, I sold my old Wheel Stand Pro. Well, a Wheel Stand Pro that was passed on to me by a friend. And I was like, yeah, I've had one of these before. I never really got along with it. So I sold that one yesterday. And it went, literally, the box arrived with my GT Omega wheel stand. By today, I was sending out my Wheel Stand Pro to its new owner in the same box. So it all worked out really nicely. Anyway, how is everyone doing? How's everyone doing? 2 days before Christmas. We're out here. We are out here. Very on brand. Exactly, right? I'm feeling, I mentioned this at the top of the stream. I am feeling kind of double festive this year because last year was, put it this way, I found a picture that I took last year. It was December 19th, 2020. And I want to say, ironically, it was the day that the Tories cancelled Christmas. Because having already been through, well, the months and months of misery and depression and everything else building up. Because it's weird. I started out, when the pandemic first hit, an anxious wreck. And then after a week, I was like, okay, we get on with it. And in the initial very strict lockdown, where we all knew where we were at, I was okay-ish. Then as the summer went on, things got very weird because I was very much a kind of, I'm missing out an entire summer here. This is depressing. It's normally the time of year where I'm very happy. Then by October, I was in an absolute pit of horror because of seasonal affective disorder. Being stuck indoors is not great at the best of times, especially when it's cold and gloomy outside anyway. It's just relentless. And then by Christmas, I'm like, well, Christmas is, no matter how bad a year I've had, no matter how... Whoa. Oh. Excuse me. Do you ever just choke on air? Whoa. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hydrate. Oh, excuse me. It can happen. Yeah, I've seen it happen. What I'm actually going to do as well. My window back here as well. There we go. Oh. Sometimes I've got like guns that can, go down my throat from my blocked up nose. There's my glasses. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, so last Christmas I was like, okay, well, Christmas always comes through for me. I'm very festive. I've never been a Grinch. I love the time of year. I love Christmas. It's like, but last year with everything crashing down again, time and again, and then on the 19th when it was all just ruined, I just remember having one of the worst meltdowns of my entire life. Like, I was on the floor in my kitchen, like curled up in a ball in the fetal position, sobbing my eyes out. I don't think there's ever been a single moment like where I felt mentally worse in my life. That it's rare that you can pinpoint an exact moment like that. I have a picture that I deliberately took. I deliberately took a picture just after I'd kind of sat up after the breakdown, and it's just like, I am barely recognizable. Like, it's like a reminder of, like, these are the times that you've survived. These are the horrible times. and you still hear from it, you know. And I looked at that the other day, and I was like, holy crap, it scared me. I didn't even recognize myself. So this year, I think I'm feeling double festive to kind of make up for it. Even though there's still a lot of scary shit going around, I'm trying my best to get through as best we can. Mark, I did read your comment, by the way. I'm really sorry to hear about that. I know a friend of mine who just lost their nan just the other day, which absolutely stinks. You know, my way of doing things is if I'm feeling good and I'm feeling happy, which, touch wood, for the most part I am right now, I want everyone else to feel that as well. It's Christmas, man. You know, I want people to... If there's any time of year I want people to be happy, it's now. So let's give each other a big warm hug. And Christmas Penguin is here. Christmas Penguin is here. He has a very simple message for you. There it is. That's him sending a hug as well. He gives very good hugs, don't you, mate? He doesn't actually have a name. He's just called Christmas Penguin. He just appears from our box of decorations every year around Christmas. It's like, yep, there he is. There he is. Just the Christmas Penguin just appears. Maybe he's like the early messenger from the North Pole. Like Santa's like, right, it's December 1st. Go. It is your mission. You must go and spread Christmas cheer to prepare for my arrival. To hype up my arrival. And that's what he does. So, I want one. What, a Christmas Penguin? Had my booster yesterday. Excellent. We love to hear it. I had my booster on Tuesday, so 2 days ago. And I remember that because I felt a bit crap Tuesday evening. I slept like crap. And then through most of Wednesday, I was just... So, luckily, that worst of that's passed. But I feel better about mingling, meeting friends over Christmas at all. Should we give your penguin an official name, like Penelope or Paul? Good question. You can do. It will depend on if I like the suggestion. But you can certainly suggest them. You've heard of Elf on a Shelf. Now get ready for Penguin on a mezzanine. He's not on a mezzanine. I don't know. It's just... Call it George. Everything else we call... He's not got a six-pack. I mean, you know, he's a cuddly boy. He's not got a six-pack. He certainly hasn't got a T-shirt of his own chest, which George Russell now has, because... the Formula One YouTube channel uploaded their Secret Santa video, which was funny in that Lewis Hamilton wasn't in it. So, of course, people were like, oh, well, of course he's bitter about it. It was like, no, it was filmed before the Grand Prix, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. They're in the garage for it. But, yeah, one of the greatest... Of course, my boys ended up gifting to each other. Well, George's Secret Santa was Lando. My boys... It was very wholesome. Lando's present to George, by the way, was a T-shirt with his own six-pack printed on it. George Russell's own six-pack printed on the shirt. I love the way George was like, oh, it's got to be Lando, isn't it? Yeah, obviously. And then Lando proceeds to go, is this some kind of gin? I don't drink gin. Where's Zurich? It's in Switzerland. Yeah, it's got to be Germany, isn't it? They speak German in Switzerland. Oh, do they? Like, little Shelton Lando. Oh dear, it reminds me of my mate in school who for a while thought Denmark was a small island near Liverpool, just off the coast of Liverpool. Like you could go to the Mersey, you could get a ferry across the Mersey, literally, to flipping to Denmark. Lando didn't even know what German is. He didn't know much, bless him. He's just sort of there, just like, hello, I'm just Lando. Yeah, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? He has a 4-pack of buttons. He does. Given that most Liverpool fans are from Denmark or Norway, that checks out. Maybe that's why. Shall we play a game today? Should we drive a train today? I think we should. Let's do that. Steam Winter Sale live now. Thanks for reminding me that I have some games to pick up. Christmas presents for myself, including WRC 10, which is 33% off. Train Sim World 2 is on sale on Steam right now for £4.99. Oh, that is outrageous. But what does it come with? If it's the base game, it will be... well, I'll show you in a minute once we get to this screen. There we go. My OBS will start shouting at me about encoder overload in 3, 2, 1. Oh, not yet. Oops. There it is. Yep. At gmail.com. There you go. And there's like 4 different pack options. Well, let me have a look through here. So, going through. So, this was the base game. When it first came out, you had this Sandpatch grade, which I think is in Pennsylvania. You had the Schnellfahrstrecke Köln, which is your German high-speed train. And you got the London Underground Bakerloo line, which is your London Underground line in Bakerloo. East Coast Way, Tees Valley, Northern Transpennine, West Somerset, Great Western Express are all what they call preserved collection, which means they're DLC packs from the first Train Sim World that they've ported over to this one. And then the new routes that they've introduced since are West Cornwall Local, London Commuter, Navacare Dresden, Boston Sprinter, Cathcart Circle in Scotland, in Glasgow, Southeastern High Speed, LGV Mediterranean, Hauptstrecke München to Augsburg, which I believe is an add-on to it's the same kind of train as this one. So you got more high-speed shenanigans. The Isle of Wight Island line, yeah, there you go. So there's all the adders. There's also the Herman Hill route. Yes, there's a few, very important to note, I don't have all the routes. I think I have all the UK routes, because Mr. British in it, Brexit in it. No, I'm joking. Yeah, there's the Sherman Hill route. There's a few other American and maybe German routes that I don't have. But yeah, well, what's in the UK pack? Is it literally the UK set routes? So you got Bakerloo to the Preserve Collection things are in there. Does it include West Cornwall Local? London Commuter's a good one. This is really nice, mainly because of my preference for the area, of course. Cathcart Circle, I've not actually played that yet, but I really want to. This is very good, and I'm not being biased at all. Seems like it's just the Tees Valley pack. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's a good route. Like I say, it's a DLC for Train Sim World 1, which is pretty good, and 2 BR class locos. They're probably add-ons for that, because I know there was a couple you could get for that. The Class 31, I think was one of them. So where we're going to go today, actually, is over here to one of these preserved collection routes, namely this one. Because that's a nice picture for the Northern Transpennine. We actually played that last time out. The Christmas Night Mail. Class 47 introduction. I don't need that. It's just Bimini's verse from UK, hon. I am really not down enough for the kids to know what that means. So, yeah, tutorials. We don't need that. Yep, fine, whatever. Speaking of the Isle of Wight, I love that the old subsurface underground sealed D-stock was it found a new life there. Yeah, it was old D-stock converted, remade. Which is brilliant because it continues the tradition of old tube stock running on the Isle of Wight. It's like a sort of retirement home for them. A sanctuary. So, Hexplore, Tim Tabble. And what we're going to do firstly is snow level a lot. That Trans, Nick's here. How are you doing, bud? Bit of snow and ice here. Wind strength a little bit. Minus 4.2. It's properly chilly out, but that's all right. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, of course. You can run locos from other routes on this one. So you got the 40 from the Transpennine route. That's probably one of the locos in that UK pack now. The Class 37/5 from the West Cornwall local. This is native to the West Somerset route, but oh, maybe it's a separate model then. Okay, there'll be air stock on the Isle of Wight. Exactly. There you go. The Isle of Wight. The Isle of Ian Wright. Class 101 DMU. Class 20. That's from the Tees Valley line. Class 31, that's from the Tees Valley line. Class 45, that's a peak. That's the bready boy. That's Breadface. The Flying Loaf. Class 47, that's from Northern Transpennine. Class 09, it's a kind of roidier Class 08. That's from West Somerset. There you go. Class 33, Grün. And Class 48, Blue. There you go. So, whoops. No, that's not what I meant. So, where should we start with? There's a good selection of locos in the West Somerset Railway route anyway, and they're accurate to what actually lives there, because there is a preserved Crompton, Class 33 there, in this livery. There is a preserved Western there. So it's all good. So we're going to start with a Crompton, which is nicknamed because it had electrical gear made by a company called Crompton. But it's weird how it was just this class that was nicknamed the Cromptons, because a lot of locos had Crompton electrical gear in it. Just this one became the Cromptons. So at home with the Cromptons. Let's go. Also one of my favourite diesels. So what have we got? We have got empty stock. Yeah, I remember this one is straight out of Crompton. There you go, very good. So, yeah, we got some decent length ones out here. We got like an hour-and-a-half run. Because if you don't know, the West Somerset Railway out in North Devon is an actual heritage line. It's a new line. I want to go there one day, IRL. And it's a very long route. But of course, in this game, it models that heritage lines IRL in the UK have a 25 mile an hour speed limit. Now, whether drivers always adhere to that speed limit is... let's put it this way. I have been on many heritage line trains. Their definition of 25 miles an hour can be a little bit loose. Yeah, a tiny bit. There's a bit of a leeway there. You know, like a sort of plus or minus, give or take about 5, 10 to 20 miles an hour, maybe. Especially late at night on the Ale trains. Or, as is the case when I went to the Epping-Ongar Railway recently, video to come on that. When we were on the Ale train at the end of the night, the end of the day, it was dark. We were behind a Class 37 that was blatting along. I think at one point I measured it on my phone, on a speedometer on my phone, as hitting 45 miles an hour on a relatively small heritage line, which is supposed to have a 25 mile an hour speed limit. But I think they got away with it, mainly because the owner of the line was in the cab of the loco. And then, when someone asked the question of, they normally run the last bus of the day because there's a heritage bus service that runs to the nearby Epping tube station. They normally say, like, the last bus is normally 10 minutes after the last arrival, the last train gets back. Things were running a bit late, so obviously people were asking, well, are the buses still going to be there? Are they going to wait for us? Well, yeah, because the owner of the line also owns the buses. And he was driving one of them. I actually got a ride back to Epping Station on a bus, like an old 1950s Routemaster bus, driven by the man who owns the buses and the Epping-Ongar Railway. So there you go. My guy is literally just like operating a full-size train set, and I'm here for it. It's like, imagine him just sat upstairs in one of the station buildings, just like, I want to drive this one now. Go fire it up. All right. Actual crew runs out into the yard, fires up this loco. He must be living the dream. In it, right? Heritage collection of buses. You can see like this hangar with all the buses in. There's like I said, there's old route masters, things like that. Oh, we're late, are we? Not on my watch. You go up to the owner of the railway. Oh, are we running late for the bus? Let me check my watch. Oh no, I've paused it. Oh no, the watch has stopped. I guess you're fine. The speed limit at Black River and Western is 20 mile an hour. I'm pretty sure one of our engineers has taken 60 up to 30. Obviously, yeah. I saw what you said, by the way, about JBS, about 60163 Tornado doing speed testing on the Great Central. I can believe it, because the great thing about the Great Central Railway is that it's a preserved main line, where they've actually restored it to double-track mainline status, so it's relatively straight. And in the day, it would have been fast. It would have been fast expresses and freight trains on it. So, in theory, it's a decent length run, and provided that the track is all restored and that, and they generally do a very good job up at the Great Central, as far as I'm aware, you know, obviously it's a heritage line. Most of the time you run it at 25. And like I've said before, on heritage lines, you don't always want to go fast, because you want to maximise the journey time, especially if you're on a shorter line. Like the Epping-Ongar isn't that long. I think it's only about 5-6 miles, if that. You want to maximize your journey time. You don't want it to be over in a flash, you know. You want to see the sights. You want to cruise. But on the Great Central, I know there's an onboard video somewhere of, I think it's a Peak, I want to say. It's some sort of diesel loco that they're running at, I want to say, like 90 mile an hour on the Great Central Railway as like a test. Because, hey, you can do that. So, coming back around, though, it means that the West Somerset Railway is quite a long run. And the fact that that 25 mile an hour speed limit is simulated in the game means that a run from one end to the other, like this Minehead to Bishop's Lydiard service, is, you know, it's an hour and a half. So we should probably get on with that. So let's do that. Oh, there's Sherman Hill. There we go. My dad can relate. He'll prefer a coach or train go slowly so he can appreciate the scenery. Exactly. That's what you want, really. All stop service southbound. All right, let's do it. So this is Minehead. Oh, we got a co-driver. We shall give her a name. Chat, have suggestions for our crewman there, crew person there. Oh, look at this. It's all snowing. This is lovely. Let's have a quick look of our train. It's a heritage train. You know, it's not running to the strictest of timetables, you know. So, how many trains? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's the Western that we saw. That's just vibing in the sidings. There's the Minehead station sign. That lovely old school Great Western Railway, you know, black with the kind of white embossed lettering on it. There's some stations still on use now that still have that. Birmingham Moor Street is one of the. If any of you travel via Birmingham Moor Street. I mean, you should, because it's far better than Birmingham New Street. Birmingham New Street is hell. There it is. Look at that. It's on the turntable. So what number is that one? That is D1048. But weirdly, it's not modelled to have the nameplate, whereas Western did have nameplates. So, oh, God. I need my dad here. Given that they were his favourite ever class of locos, he knows the names of all 77 odd of them off by heart. And there's a peak over there in the sidings as well, just vibing. And, yeah, this is Minehead Station. Lovely little station by the seaside. My best friend actually has family that live in Minehead, so even though he's not into trains himself, he's very familiar with Minehead. He actually got me... I should probably keep this with me, to be honest. There's a little bookshop. You get these at heritage lines. You get bookshops full of just like old books and bric-a-brac. He actually found me in a little bookshop on the platform at Minehead. This... which is an official British Railways Rulebook 1950. Brackets reprint, including amendments authorised up to 1st of October 1961. So, and look at that! Look at that! It's actually signed, signature in full by Arjanoid, something. Occupation, driver, station, King's Cross. Date received, 21st of the night, 1971. So there you go. There's alterations and iterations. There you go. Plot twist. This train meets up with the GWR train to Taunton, and that won't wait. Oops. No, I don't want to give up the service. I'm just having a natter. Calm down. We're fine. But yes, I've got an official British Railways rule book. It's all good. Should mean I avoid any spads today, hopefully. So here's our Steed D6508. Comptons weren't named. Well, some were. Like... they weren't formally named, like the entire Western class were named as soon as they came into operation. So, where are we at? We've got master key on. We've got walkie-talkie. That's to contact the signaller, okay. So, we've got engine start. Right, reverser. Forward. Just checking that works. The window. Because I don't care getting snow on my shoulder. Cab lights, we might need those if we go through a tunnel. There you go. 33008. So when they were first numbered, they were numbered D something or other with that certain thing, but it was the 8th one, or 508, there you go. But then under tops, which is the number existing that's still used now, it became class 33 and then whatever number it was. So this was the 8th locomotive in the class. Handbrake release, that's good. Headlight switch, that'll be on. Marker light, we may as well put that on as well. Let's have a look around the front. There you go, look at that. Got our headlights on. Should we get this thing moving? I think we should. Where's the brake? Train brake, neutral, running, and then the loco brake. And there you go. And what we now do is give it some welly and see if we move. Go on, give it some. Takes a moment, so sometimes you have to be patient with these things. Oh, here we go, here we go. Oh, it's grumbling. Rumbling. We're moving. We are moving. Oh, there you go, look at that. I didn't notice that before. So you got a class 40, a 101 unit, and a 45 peak over in the sidings over there. That's really nice. I like that a lot. There you go, there's the full Minehead station. And we are rumbling out of Minehead. Clonk, clonk. Oh, look at the lovely old Great Western semaphores up there as well. Remember, kids, what have I told you before? The Great Western semaphores, they were lower quadrant, which means when you were good to go, they went down like that. As you can see there, a whole one showing that. Some more coaches sitting around in the yard. You get this at Heritage Railways, just stock stored outside. Oh, there's some vans over there. You get that as well at Heritage Freight Lines. Heritage Lines, you get Heritage, like demonstration freight trains. So look in the background. Have a look at the signal. In a minute, it should go doop like that. Might even make that noise. I don't know. Eventually. Eventually. There you go. You see? Now that we've passed through, we're good. So, we've got a level crossing here. Momentarily, we'll be able to accelerate up to the formidable top speed of 25. Oh, just look at this. Look at this. And the thing is, like, a lot of Heritage Railways do but Santa specials and or, like, winter galas and things like that anyway. So I thought this was a perfect excuse. Just set all the snow settings to maximum. These make me happy at the best of times, let alone at festive times. So once we clear the level crossing, we should be able to accelerate up to 25. And most importantly, we've got the trains and we've got the tea. And it is in my ginormous Santa mug. Because what else was it going to be in? Yeah? Yeah, no, you agree. Yep, he likes it. You can hold that if you want. You can hold that if you want. You can have a read of this. Okay. We accelerate yet? Yes, we can. Okay, let's give it the beans. Let's give it proper Heritage Line operation, which is, when you can accelerate, just give it full throttle. Oh, the growling, the grumbling. Now, I want to say these were type 2 or 3 locomotives, which means they should have had around 1,500 to 1,750 horsepower. That is angry. Dashing through the snow. Bork. 24, and then 25, and we let off. There you go. All you need on a Heritage Railway. Just blat it up to full acceleration, not bliat. Unless it's a Heritage Railway in Russia. Instead of blatting along, they bliat along. Speaking of which, we should still be doing tomorrow the Christmas Speed Fest, which is basically me twatting around simming races in a Assetto Corsa. Although, worryingly, Nate Lupson is doing a stream where he's driving various kinds of meme cars in a Assetto Corsa, and I'm very worried he's going to end up doing the exact same things we do. Hopefully, he hasn't also had the same idea for the British Touring Communism Championship, the inaugural round of. We've got to slow down to 5 miles an hour in a 0.7. Oh, also, I've realised we might want to turn the wipers on. Destination blind. No, we don't want that. Cab heater. We do want the cab heaters on, and the demisters. Yeah, we'll need that. Instrument light switch, route in that. There we go. That will do. Where's the wipers? Where's the whip raise? Back here. That's brakes. What about here? Nope. Yeah. Oh, it's sun visor. We don't need that today. Still trundling along. I might just put the brake on just a little bit. Initial application. Where is the wiper? Hey, Mariah, do you know where the wiper is? She's just looking out the window. She's like, yeah, isn't this nice? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, these are driver's heaters. Cab heaters. Yeah, well, yeah. It's -4 outside. Of course we want the wind. Of course we want the heating on in here. Where are the wiper controls? Aha! There you go. Park. There you go. That'll do. And that'll do. Dunster's just up here, by the way. Like I said, we're on a Heritage Line. Trains do not stay to time at all up there. Yeah, we've got the heating on because I've got the window open. I insist on having fresh air in my cab. Mariah does not agree. She thinks that's a stupid idea, which I can kind of see, to be honest. Hey, can I open your window? Look, she even turned and looked over like, you fucking dare. You what, mate? And fair enough. You know? Right. I think we can give it some brief beans. Quick thrash! It's a beautiful sound. It's also scrabbling for grip on the rails as well. The wheel spin is real. It's like... Although, what we then do is we completely jump down there and then quickly stick the brake on. Because now we're coming up on the 5 mile an hour speed restriction just through this little station. There you go, that'll do. That'll do. So there's the speed sign. There you go. You know, I don't want to come to a stop. All I want for Christmas is for Lando to win a race in 2022. I agree. Meanwhile, I'm driving a Gatwick Express 387 that has destinations for non-electrified lines, which make... Oops. Well, you know, just in case. Ironically, there's a way I can tie this in. For a long time, there was a variant... Well, there were variants of this build of the Class 33 called the Class 30... This is a Class 33 0 /0 because this was just the first variant of it, the normal one. There was a variant called the Class 33/1, which had like jumper cables and that on the front. I've actually got a couple of N-gauge models of them, of Class 33/1. The whole point of those jumper cables is they would connect with electric multiple units, and the 33 would basically take those down to areas where the electricity, the third rail ran out, but you just get the 33s to bolt them on, and you just bolt on a 33, and suddenly it would connect up, which meant that I believe how they worked was that even if you drove from the cab of the unit at the other end, you'd still be in control of this locomotive, so it would still be shoving you along. Kind of like your HSTs and like DVTs and things like that now. So we're slowly crawling in. I mean, there's really no excuse for me to be overshooting today. Let's be honest here. We are going to get this absolutely spot on. You watch. Come on, come on. There you go. Like I said, we're 5 minutes down already, but who cares? But who cares? Have a quick look around Dunster Station. Look at that. Aw. Lovely old platform lights. Love these sort of things. Chain link GWR fencing. Wow, a milk turn. God, I didn't even know that was a thing on this route. Oh, look at our mighty machine. It sits peacefully, waiting for its next mission, which will come up in about 30 seconds. Oh, I'm getting more postcard shots. Well, by that I mean little sidings, little freight yard there. I just got like a little disposable camera, like a Polaroid camera, and I just hop out at every stop, and I'm like, I want to take some pictures with the tunes. All right, there we go, and then lock the doors. Mariah's gearing over like, look, we're already late enough as it is. I'm like, I know, right? Look, it's a heritage line. Everyone's just on here to have a beer and a good time, you know? Nobody actually wants to be on time on a heritage line. All right, let's give it the beans, though. Come on. Hang on a minute. Where's the... Are the wipers just running, like, semi-occasionally, or...? There you go. Oh. Come on. Come on, you know you want to. Oh, I see. Sorry, I was getting a bit confused. I was like, why is there a destination blind? Yeah, I got a bit puzzled by that. Hang on. Is there a setting for it? Marker light. Both the lights are on. Both the marker lights. Destination blind. There you go. Yeah, so there's the destination blind in the middle of the two cab windows. There was me thinking it was... There's another level crossing here. Honk. There was me thinking it was like you get on the underground or something where the actual name of a station was there, but it was like a code. And I don't know what those codes stand for at the moment. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, okay, so... Hang on. Bing Moong. Hang on a minute. 3, 2... And then you'll love this. Yeah, there you go. Because why not? I can spell out my race number. I'm driving a vehicle. I just do the classic 69 whenever I get the... You know what? Am I that immature? Yes, I am. Yes, I absolutely am. 9. And then... Nice. The thing is, that probably was a destination marker for somewhere, or some sort of code for the system that was used, but, yeah, chat, can we get some nices? I did this for you. I did this for my family, for my fans. Even the Crompton's getting a bit grumpy about it. Am I just a meme to you? No. Hang on a minute. There you go. Up to 10 miles an hour. 2. Yeah, we'll set it back to 4. 42. There we go. Oh, we're actually going up a little bit of a gradient here, so... Oh, and we can now accelerate. Do that. Speed. The wheel spin on the... Those little red marks next to the speed of the speedometer indicate that there's wheel spin happening, wheel slip. It's just like... Yeah, schnell. Vorwärts. Schnell. It's a lovely sound. And then, and boot let off. There we go. See, I'm a responsible train driver, mostly. Everyone watching the stream and who's watched my previous Train Sim World streams, press X to doubt. Something lovely about the old school like loco and coach in that, how there's something really nice and like mechanical about them, and it kind of makes them human in a way. Like these old locos, they're all like moving parts and metal, and there's no kind of magical press button to do a thing, and it just does it, you know. And the coaches have that lovely sort of old like clunk clunk as they go over the welds in the track. Clunk 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 clunk. The analog feeling, yes. Oh my god, I might note that down actually. That's a really good, for something I've been thinking about recently, that's a good name. There it is. Aww. Friend of the channel, Hawk, has just, on the feeling of losing people earlier, was one of the people I mentioned earlier. They just lost their Nana recently, which is very sad. They just sent me a picture. They're finishing off Nana's last Christmas cake, which is really, really lovely. Alright, so the next stop's up here at Blue Anchor. You absolute anchor. Steam engines are often quoted as the closest thing we've invented to living, breathing machines. I'd go along with that. I was talking to my friend Jamie recently. He came up to visit over the weekend, and over a pint in Cotton Mill, in a pub, you know, we were talking about it, and he just said how, like, and I kind of agreed, and it kind of helped me put my feelings on electric cars into perspective, and especially autonomous, the idea of autonomous cars. I dread them, and I don't... I feel like with older machines like this, they are more human. And I think that's why we form such attachments to them. A lot of modern stuff is so efficient and so perfect and so, like, clinical. It just does things. You know, especially an electric car, it just does things silently and accelerates really well and everything. It's just like, yep, I am cyborg. I am always perfect. Like, that's not human. We're not human. But we're not robots, you know? We're not perfect. We're made up of flesh and bone, and we're inefficient, and we're, you know, sloppy, and things go wrong with us, and our mechanics are a bit sort of wobbly and fleshy, you know. But that's us, you know. Maybe that's when something feels almost like clinical and a bit like robotic, it becomes harder to form like a connection with. You know what I mean? In terms of machines, that's why so many people love steam engines, because they have a human quality to them. I mean, you can't tell me that's not why Reverend W. Awdry made Thomas the Tank Engine. He stuck faces on steam locomotives and made them into characters, and they became Thomas the Tank Engine. He hit on something there because they have a human quality to them. Oh, we've got to slow down a bit here. Oh, we've got some point work to negotiate. Have we? Oh no, we're stopping on this platform. Okay. So, we're coasting in. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, that's really nice. They're a bit basically modelled, but I think those are small Great Western era Hawksworth coaches. Oh, no, hang on. Oh, I've still got the brake on. Whoops. Another reason I want to visit the West Somerset so badly. Look at these stations. Look how quaint they are. Vicky Pipe's quaintometer would just be exploding at this point. This is like the epitome of Great Western, just like loveliness, you know? Can't wait for the day that Train Sim World finally introduces steam locomotives, because that'd be perfect. Give me a pannier tank for this run, an old GWR pannier tank engine, and I'm set. I'm there. There's birds chirping. I don't know what birds would be chirping. They'd have all gone south for the winter, surely. Some particularly industrious sparrows. Yeah, we're only 6 minutes down. It's fine. Nobody cares. That's on time for a heritage railway, you know? Right. And then we bang that on. There you go. Spot on. There you go, lovely. So, I'm going to do my thing of hopping out the cab and getting a brief Polaroid. Drive it like a Polaroid picture. Oh, would you look at that? And look what Thomas has become now. It's become so watered down, it's not even the same show anymore. Yeah, it's that horrible kind of show which forgets what it was originally about, isn't done very well, and also does the kind of progressive angle in a way that only annoys Yadar on Facebook and doesn't actually do anything for actual progressiveness or whatever, you know? Oh, that's a lovely image, though. Look at that. There's those lovely station signs I was talking about before. Oh, that's a nice view as well. Look at that. Our train sat all the way down the platform. They turned Gordon from Pacific into a prairie. Yeah, that's just not understanding what the show's about. That's just bad writing, you know what I mean? Like, forget like, oh, it's stupid liberal agenda. No, it's not even, it's just bad writing, mate. That's just not, you know. Don't attribute to maliciousness what could easily be attributed to stupidity, or however that quote goes. There's something timeless about this scene. There is, isn't there? It's lovely. And time to shatter the peace of this scene with some rumbling. Eventually. It takes a moment. It's an old locomotive. It won't be rushed. Come on, Crompo. Come on, Crompo. Here we go. There you go. There you go. Give it a moment. Like I say, it's an old loco. Crompo will not be rushed. I've decided that's what we're naming this loco. Because of that lovely crossover. Because of that lovely crossover between old British diesel locomotives and Australian V8 supercars racer and commentator Neil Crompton. So there you go, Crompo. Here it is, Crompo. The new cartoon Thomas the Tank Engine makes me realise the CGI Thomas the Tank Engine wasn't that bad. I just haven't paid attention to any of them since. I'm just like, I don't need to. It's one of those things where I'm like, I'm happy with what I have. And bearing in mind, well, there's someone at the door, so hold that thought. Hello? Yeah. Yep, some more deliveries. Should be expected, really. I mean, it is, Christmas time. Don't let the bells end and all that. What was I saying? What was I saying? Noise. Let's bring it. No, that wasn't it. Look at these little chalets. Disturbing the peace, are we? Yeah, a little bit. I don't care. There should be an appeal of staying in one of those places. Like, train spotters should just be like, yep, we are staying here. Do you know what, actually? I do wonder. I'm trying to remember. I think it was either the West Somerset or the Swanage Railway. Do you remember back in the day when Top Gear did that caravan trip? They were like, we're actually going to try and do a caravan trip, and they hated it, and Top Gear dog vomited on the car. James May crashed into a bollard, and then they got stuck turning round. They held up everyone for about a nearby radius. Richard Hammond got kidnapped by a terrifying old woman. They went for a walk and they went car spotting. That was near Swanage. Okay, because I remember even at the time thinking, like, because they were like, and there's a train going by. And there's trains right outside. It's romantic. It's romantic. Don't say things like that. I'm on the same bed as you. Yeah, exactly. But it always struck me as weird because it was very obviously a steam train. It was like a steam train whistle. In fact, I remember it being a Bullion Pacific whistle. I'm like, wait a minute. That's not the national network. So years later, when I came back to that episode, I went, hang on a minute. Where were they staying? And I couldn't remember if it was the West Somerset or the Swanage. So that answers that one. It was the Swanage Railway. They must have gone down there for a weekend, probably a gala weekend, actually, for the railway, which is why they were running trains pretty late. Sounded much like a Class 159 horn to me. I mean, I think there were bits. I'm pretty sure there might have been a diesel horn at one point, but I swear I definitely remember hearing like a steam train whistle. Clonking along. Meantime, Crompo. Meantime, we've just beheaded the cameraman there. There we go. The camera drone. The old lady trying to steal Rich was very funny. It was, help, the mummy, please. When James May's trying to park and he like runs over the other person's tent. It's not so bad. Richard Hammond has been kidnapped. How does it Clarkson says it? He says Hammond's been kidnapped. And then, of course, by the end of it, in classic Top Gear fashion, they just set everything on fire. And there's that brilliant shot where they're driving away. Like, so how do you think our first caravan holiday went? I think Well drives past with like the smouldering carcass of a caravan. A good episode, that one. Definitely in the sort of prime years of old school Top Gear, I think. I found a watch that's pretty on brand for you. The Omega Rail Mod. Oh, I need it in my life. It's probably about £5 billion, but I don't care. I don't even wear watches. I haven't done for years. I would quite like to again. It would not be old Top Gear without a fire and a crash. Exactly. You know? Facts, yeah. More picture postcard views. The rumbling of Crompo. Crompo's just having a rumble away there. Hang on a minute, let me... You can't see out your side either. There you go. Mariah's like, I can't see anything out my window. There you go. You're good. This is just beautiful. And I think we can turn those off for a bit. I assumed Park would just, like, set it to semi, like, running every, like, occasionally. It's about 4,000 quid. Yeah, there you go. So I wasn't far off, really. Maybe I'd have to get the Chinese knockoff, the Blomega Rainmaster. Hang on a minute, is that just our mod? Oh, it just resets the wiper position. Whoops, okay. That explains a lot. Right. Team's finished. We are up to speed. We're trundling over a lovely bridge. It's not quite a sexy viaduct. Well, it's not a viaduct at all. It's literally a road bridge, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. We're still going up, climbing quite a steep gradient here, so we can just start to slow down for the station naturally. Now, let's just keep a little bit of power on, shall we? You know, as we're all of 6 minutes behind schedule. That's not bad. Oops. Quick blast, why not? I'm going to start driving like I'm an actual Heritage Line driver. 25 miles an hour, yeah, it's just a suggestion. Look, 40's close enough, alright? I'll probably do that on the return leg, to be honest. The last leg. Oh, that sound. That sound is just... Oh. I am nursing a... Yeah. It's so evocative. It is, isn't it? This is one from old Top Gear, car football. Oh yeah, I remember that as well. They did all the different variants. They did like car hockey. The Winter Olympics special was an underrated episode of old school Top Gear. Nursing a lorry. It'd be quite big. Struggle to fit it in my pants. Anyway. Wholesome stream, AJ. Yeah, they did all the different variants. But yeah, the Winter Olympics special, that is an underrated episode of old school Top Gear. Love that one. Where they did the flipping biathlon in the SUVs. They did... Oh, shoot, I might have to slow down a bit more for this. Trying to race an ice skater in a jag. You know, I said we're going to nail everyone dead on here. We might not. Oh, no, come on, we're stopping. Yeah. Accept that I got that spot on. Accept that that was actually brilliant. That was actually brilliant. Brilliant. Train driving. A brilliant bit of train driving right there. Also, welcome to... What station is this again? Run along the platform. Hang on. Where are the station signs? Welcome to somewhere. Aha. Where's Somerset? Yeah, we know we're there. Better braking than Danny Rick. Washford. There you go. Welcome to Washford. Mini jumping off. Oh, that was brilliant. The mini ski jump. And then the Stieg yeeting a snowmobile off the same jump as well. Oh, look at these lovely little buildings. Look at just... Oh, all of this is so lovely. This is for... Here's my thing, right? This is for a tiny little station in the middle of nowhere. If this was built today, it would literally just be a bit of wood and plastic and prefab concrete for the platform, and then a bus shelter. Like a little metal bus shelter that would smell of wee within the first week of opening, and maybe like a bike rack there. And that'll be it. That'll be it. None of this. None of it. I'm not saying things were better back in my day, because they weren't my day. They were before my day. Things were better back before my day. Anyway. None of the charm, none of the distinction. Exactly. Oh, shoot. No. Forgot to lock the doors. Oh, that was close. That was close. We nearly set off without locking the doors. That was close. Right. Watch it platform. Watch it. We've got to get there in 0 seconds. Okay. Oh, there's another little yard there. There's no way. There's no way in the siding. Hitch. There's no way. What do we call the 08? I can't remember. Moored? I don't know. Some more vans. Some more vans in the siding. Brakes off. There we go. And, yeah, let's give it the beans, shall we? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the weather outside is frightful, but the rumble is so delightful. And since we have a place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Rumble. There you go. Oh. Oh no, we are now speeding. Oh dear. Oh no. I've made it to Gatwick without funking the stop up. Well done. Do you now have to get to Brighton after that? Oh, look at the back gardens and everything. Imagine living here. Imagine living here. Oh, no, we're speeding, are we? Oh, dear. Well, you want me to get back on schedule. What is it you want? What's the speed limit around here? It's like that Craig Campbell joke from his stand-up where he goes, how Brits just have no idea what the actual speed limit on the motorway is. They're all just doing a speed that's what they think it is. Just like, tell me what the speed limit prevailing is. I don't know, 110? Is that close? Oh, 70? Huh. The one speed nobody's doing. We've actually got the brakes on a little bit. But like I said, we need to make up time here. God damn it. We're not going to do that, sticking to it. Oh god, the speed limit 10. We're speeding even more now. And now it's back to 25. We briefly just went through a 10-mile-an-hour speed restriction. Whoops. We really did do a big speed there. Imagine living near Brands Hatch. Or being my nan, who literally lives like the back garden of her house, backs onto woodland, where if you walk 5 minutes in one direction, you hit the back of Dingledale Corner on the Grand Prix loop. That's how close she lives to, well, her house is to Brands Hatch, to Bronze Hotch, to Brondy Hotch. Oh, we're still speeding, are we? Well, that's unfortunate. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway. Oh, now we're only speeding a little bit, so that's good. So, you know, that's good. Rolling hills. The rolling hills of Somerset and Devon. Someone get the train, please, if that's a thing. Well, there is the British Transport Police, but unless there was that, I think it was a Class 47, and I believe there was a 37 that was painted up for a commercial or like an advert. They were painted up like police cars. You just get one of those preserved, it suddenly starts trundling that along behind us like... Train gets stuck like Gears' sports train. Yeah, we'll just throw the points at the last minute. It'll be like, oh no, I'm stuck in a siding. Foiled again. Even the little speed marker. Look at that. Look at that for a speed marker. Come on, train. You know you want. This is why we're running down. And totally not the fact I've still got the brakes on as well. Nothing to do with the objectively rubbish driver. Nothing at all to do with that. Look at the seat. Look at that. This is just so pretty. And hang on, that's not realistic. There's people driving on the roads in the snow in the UK. No, that is 0 out of 10 for realism there. Every country road will have at least one car up a tree, and the rest of the country will have just stopped altogether. That's why I found it funny when I think it snowed a bit last winter in certain parts of the country, and I'm like, oh wow, oh no, oh no, snow's coming down, it's going to shut down the country. Is it? Yeah, is it really? Oh, hello, Nay. Sorry, I just saw a thing pop up like, Nay is playing Forza Horizon 5. Are you now? Anyway, oh god. Can we stop now, please? We're at the next station, which is Watch It. Watch It. Oh, we're going to get there in plenty of time. Why was I panicking? What? Okay, well that counts as a stop. I thought so. Huh. We stalled the train there. Luckily, we had experience of that with was it the 47 or... What loco was it when we were doing the West Cornwall local run? Oh, by the way, welcome to Watch It. Watch It. In before local goes, no, that's not how you pronounce it. It's actually called Watch Your Hat. That was a 47, yeah. And we were there for like 10 minutes, like, what's happened? And then we suddenly realised that the engine had cut out for some reason. I think the same thing happened there. Another bucolic, very pretty little station there. Look at that. It's just lovely. It's really nice. Anyway, luckily, Crompo, we recognised the fault this time, and Crompo has risen once again. Doors. Doniford Holt platform. We were supposed to be there 2 minutes ago. Right, we better get moving then. We better get a move on then. Hang on, do we need to... I feel like if we turn the engine off, we need to reset all systems. So... There you go. Here we go. Like I say, you got to give it a moment. Crompo is an old lad, and he will not be rushed. There you go. What about the name Crimbo for the next train name? That's not a bad shout. I'm going to arrive to Brighton nice and early. Oh! Gonna head to bed now, lads. It's been a lovely time. It's always a lovely time with you in here, chat, Mark. With you in chat here, Mark. If I don't see you beforehand, I hope you have a lovely Christmas. Thank you for sharing your company here with us as usual. Have a little level... Well, that's not even a level crossing. That's just a footpath crossing. A foot crossing, if you will. An animal crossing, you could say. Oh, always lovely being in yours, mate. It just sounds like you popped over for a cup of tea. Which is exactly the kind of atmosphere I want to cultivate on my streams. Just to be like hanging out at a mate's house. Yeah, sit down. Do you want a drink? Yeah, all right. Let's hang out and play some games, shall we? So how's your day been? How's the wife? How's the kids? Wait, no. That's you're asking me that? No. Right. 0.7 miles. Speed limit's going up to 25 briefly. How close can we get to it before we have to slow for the station? Thrashius Maximus mode has been engaged. The wheel spin is brutal. Speaking of drinks, I've actually got an ice cold beer piece here as well. Because I've finished my tea. I'll make myself a fresh cuppa when we finish this first journey of the stream. 21, 22, 23, 24, and then Lando's gotten his first F1 win. He won best overtake for Monza. Don't get my hopes up like that. I thought you were like to say Lewis Hamilton's been retrospectively disqualified from the Sochi Grand Prix. He still would have won that anyway. Anyway, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Remind me of the Monza pass? Was that where he sent it around the outside of somebody into the first chicane? I want to say that was it. Or was it him on Hamilton down to the second chicane? Before Hamilton and Max got bored and decided to have a slap fight with each other on the So I just got... Oh no, we're speeding again. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Never mind. I just got a text from NHS Vaccine. You can now book your COVID-19 booster vaccination. One step ahead of you, NHS, but thanks for the reminder. Appreciate that. I don't need the reminder, but a lot of people do. Or just the ability to be able to book it. Alright, so we're coming up on Doniford Holt Station. Oh, that is a small platform as well. Hang on. Yeah. Full service. Whoops. Come on. Please. I was on Charles. Oh, I think I remember that. Was it on the first lap? Oh, spot on. I'm on fire today. Well, except for that whole debacle. That whole debacle at the last stop. Right, I screwed up so badly I stalled the logo. Anyway, welcome to Dunsford Holt. Doniford Holt, I should say. Look at this. This is literally a tiny little... This is a tiny, tiny station. And even this has benches, flower pots, a lovely station sign, and a little building. A little building. Maybe with some amenities in it, at least a waiting room, maybe. Look at that. And now it's got a poster on it as well. Look at that. I'd like to see AJ somehow stall a Class 387. Ah, if anyone can do it. If anyone can do it. Okay. Do. Alright. Do. There you go. You're good. Excuse me. Yep, there we go. Right. Stop at next location, Wilson up platform. Alright, let's do this. We were supposed to be there. Hang on. We might actually be on time for this one. We're going to stop there at 11:04. It's 11:01 right now. Sorry, ma'am, you've missed it. You can't get on the train now. Although in original form you probably could have done because you'd have just opened the door and got on. We're just going through the suburbs of Taunton right now. So presumably, if we were running schedule, there would have been a moment, probably there, where we would have just sat there for a moment and just waited there anyway. But as it stands, because we're running so far behind, this is actually a chance for us to get back on schedule. So let's do that. Come on. Hustle, Crompo. Let's do it. And there we go. And we'll keep the throttle on a little bit because we are still going uphill, so... Ooh, you mean we can keep accelerating? Oh, the speed limit's 10 in a minute. Never mind, we'll get up to that speed. Maybe the speed limit's like... No, well, as long as you're going at least this speed, you're fine. Are you doing at least 10 miles an hour? Yes. Well, you're good. Another bridge over a road that's covered in snow, and yet people are driving on it. Oh, God, now we're going downhill. You can tell we're in the West Country. Elevation changes just left and right. We're going up a really steep climb, and then suddenly, it's a vertical drop. Come on, we've got 40 seconds. 40 seconds to get to Willington platform. Willington up platform. That means it's got balloons attached to it. No, we cannot slow down. Not yet. Well, I guess we should. Because I can see some point work coming up, so we might want to put some braking on. In a minute, the speed limit's 1. There you go. Whoa, and across the point work. There you go. It's fine. It's fine. We can handle this. Ah, well, this would be why there was a slight hold at Willington when now the timetable is reset, sort of thing. Because look over on the outer platform, we've got another train. So this is, oh, look at that. There's a class 40 in the platform there as well, and a nice shed there. Hello. You all right, mate? There's class 31 with the service. So this will be the passing loop for the train. So presumably we would have waited up at Willington for this to pass through, or at least get here so that we can then come down here and come through, and they proceed on up to Minehead. So there you go. Oh, meantime. Full service, there you go. There you go, come on. Come on. There you go. Lovely. Unlock the doors. And there we go. The other train's leaving. There you go. Well, that's worked out rather nicely, hasn't it? Open the door. Get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur. That's the level crossing building. This is Willington Station. And there goes the other train. There you go. Look at this for a little station. Look at this. There's 2 platforms on this one. So as you can imagine, they've gone ham. Ooh. Oh. I looked at that and thought that was blank, and I thought, I bet the unlockable is going to be put a poster up here or write something on this blackboard. But no, it was actually this fire bucket down here. You've heard of the ice bucket challenge. Now, introducing the fire bucket challenge. Oh, just look at this. Oh, the lovely little signal box at the end of the platform. Little wooden building there. The main station building here. Oh, little good shed. I assume that's the good shed there. The old good shed. It's just reminding me of a joke from a Barshan's video. It's one of their Don't Laugh challenges. And it's, oh, what's he called? Hang on, Paul Gannon up against Stewart, up against Ashens. And one of the jokes that Paul tells is, he goes, what do you call a factory that produces good products? And Ashens goes, a goods factory? And the actual punchline was, a satisfactory. So I think it's very good. Keep that in mind for when you want better jokes than you're going to get in your Christmas cracker this year. Oops. There we go. What a lovely view that is. Oh, what a station name we've got next as well. We've got 9 minutes to get to Stogumber. Stogumber. What a fabulous name that is. Anyway, we're out. Peace out, Willington. We're out of here. We out. Lovely semaphore again. That nice little quadrant backdrop on it, which was to help with visibility. Because if it was up against a dark background like that was, because it's right in front of a bridge, it could be quite hard to see in certain conditions, so they put that little blanking plate behind it. that white plate. That dub plate remix. Oh, there you go. Another semaphore. And we got one up here. With this green light. Brakes still on? No. Seems we've got quite an uphill gradient, so Mersh, come on. Come on, Crompo. Can't remember anything from the West Somerset Railway apart from the 115 DMU they have. Oh, yeah. Well, the locos represented in this pack are ones that they have at the real railway. And they're very comfy Mark 1 coaches. They are very comfy, aren't they, Mark 1s? Very, very comfy. Lovely springy seats. You just sort of flop down and you're like... You just want to doze off. Oh, what's that? We can now go 25. I think we should do that. Meantime, keep it... The rumbling! Is it me as well, or is the snow getting heavier? Meantime, keep an eye on that semaphore we've just passed through. Any second, it'll go... And clunk like that. There you go. Oh, look at this scenery! Look at this! Oh, this is scenery that will be beautiful in any weather, let alone in the full snow that I've put it on for the festive season. Which just makes anything pretty. Swanley even looks pretty with enough snow. Because you're just hiding all the, like, tags and urine up the back of betting shops and whatever. Oh, would you look at this? It's just a magnificent thing. It's why I said, when I did my South Devon Railway video, I kind of said how in some cases it's not actually that bad a thing that certain lines closed and became heritage lines, because would you rather they stayed open or were kept open by a heritage group like this and kept in like an original form like this? Because like this sort of setting just suits classic vintage steam locos and diesels and the old coaches with the comfy seats and just a lovely adventure. This is the sort of journey that you'd want to take, chugging along, enjoying the scenery. This isn't really like a commuter journey or anything like that. Well, unless you're local to around here. You're not even around here. There's another bridge. And that's just, look at that. And the thing is, like, if it was still open today, what would it be? It would be, like, overgrown probably. They wouldn't bother looking after it because it's, you know, barely patronised. Like, there's barely any passengers on it. And, like, there wouldn't be any care or love for it. It would all be a bit overgrown and a bit knackered. They'd be running modern units that are just sort of bumbling along and nobody loves them. You know, just sort of knackered old units. The stations would have been all, like, demolished and replaced with some bits of wood and a metal shelter to be like, here's your station, now sod off. Here you go, here's a station, have that. It's like how I pointed out in the Isle of Wight Island Line video that I've yet to upload, but spoiler alert, it should be coming out on Christmas Day. What was that? I said, anyway, there's a bit in that where I got off at Lake Station, which is, it's spectacular. Like, it's the most modern station on the line. It was built and opened in 1989, I think. And it's also the worst. There's nothing there. I think I literally introduced it. I said, welcome to Lake Station. And there's nothing here. It's literally a wooden platform, a fence, a tagged up, graffitied old metal bus shelter, which is tiny. Like, it could barely fit like 3 people sat next to each other, squeeged in next to each other. And that's it. There's nothing. It's like, well, here's your station, now sod off. You wanted a station, here it is. Not much for a station, is it? Well, can you get on a train there? Well, yeah, I get. Well, there you go, it's a station. Okay. That's why I got so Oh my God, I got so heated recently when I saw a thing on Twitter about proposals in London to upgrade bus stops to have toilets, Wi-Fi zones, laptop working areas, so people who can commute on the commute can like get some work done and like brush their teeth and get ready for work while they're waiting for the bus and things like that, and upgrading all these different bus stops around London. I'm like, correct me if I'm wrong, did we not have a public transport system where you go to a stop to get your transportation vehicle of choice, which historically has had things like toilets, waiting rooms, amenities, nowadays could easily have Wi-Fi installed in it, cafes, gift shops, stuff that makes it all right in a place that's nice to wait and you can like chill out there for a bit and get on with stuff before you go on your journey. Yes, that's right, they're called railway stations. Oh wait, what's that? Oh wait, yeah, we knocked down all those railway stations and now they're nothing but a bit of metal and a shitty bus shelter in the middle of nowhere. Well done. A genius. Well done there. I think it says a lot as well that in another video that I'm going to upload very soon, finally, which was the resurrection of Oakhampton, the reopening of Oakhampton Station. I'm not saying that it was only reopened because of the fact that it had been, well, it was an easy one to reopen just because the tracks were still down, because it was used as a branch, well, it was a heritage line through to Meldon Quarry, and it was still used for the odd passenger service and freight to Meldon Quarry. And, like, it, what was I going with that? Yes, I think the fact that Oakhampton Station was kept restored and in lovely condition by local volunteers. There was a volunteer group. They maintained the tracks. The heritage line kept the tracks, you know, intact and everything. I'm not saying, like, all I'm saying is I'm not surprised that it has been reopened. I'm very happy that it has. But looking at it, I feel like it would have been a fairly easy decision for Chris Grayling. You know, he's looking at it going, let's do this thing about reversing beaching. Yes, reversing the thing that Beeching did on behalf of a Tory minister, but we won't get into that. Glad we're realising that was a massive mistake, at least. So what lines are we thinking of reopening? How about this one? Yeah, it's a housing estate on a bit of the track bed now. It'll be a bit expensive. Yeah, we need to put the tracks down there. What about this route to Oakhampton? Do we need new tracks for it? Yeah, we might need a few extra tracks, like replace the tracks, but the track bed's all there. The line's there. What about Oakhampton Station? Do we need to rebuild it? No. It's basically preserved as it was when it closed in 1972. The locals have looked after it all these years. Well, all right then. How much money do we have to spend on reopening it? Basically nothing. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Run a service in there. There we go. We've reopened the line. We've done a thing. Like, that sounds cynical, and that's probably because it is. But, like I said, I'm glad it's reopened. It's a lovely station. Spoiler alert for my video. I really love it. But, like, all I'm saying is I can see why it would have been a candidate for reopening, and it has reopened because it's not like much groundwork needed to be done to get it open again. It's been kept in such a beautiful condition, and that's my big beef with so many of these cuts and so many of the attitudes to railway lines down the years. It's not just closing them, it's just wiping them off the face of the earth, to the point where you can't reverse that decision at any point, even if you wanted to. And there's many cases where people are like, wouldn't it be great if we had a railway line here? Yeah, you did once. Where? Well, technically it's over there. Where that housing estate is? Yes. What about the rest of it? That's a cycle path that's now owned by a nationwide company of cycle path people that have bought up loads of track beds and apparently won't give them back under any circumstances. Can we not reopen the railway on this line? No, it's a cycle path. But it was a railway before that. No, it's a cycle path now. And it will forever be. Yeah, that's... yeah. Anyway, bureaucracy. Don't you just love it? The Tories. Don't you just love them? Honestly speaking, if they put those type of things where I live, they would last only a week without being broken. What's that? The, like the bus shelter platforms and that? Or the bus stops? The fancy schmancy bus stops? Anyway, let's get a move on, shall we? I've been grumbling for so much, we're actually behind schedule again. Our timing's actually reset, and I'm running late again. That says a lot. Oh, but it doesn't matter when the view is this beautiful. There's the station. Stogumber. Fancy bus stops, yeah. That's quite an uphill gradient here, so we can probably coast it in. Stogumber. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There's another little, tiny little one platform. Nice little shelter there, little building at the end there. This is literally for a tiny, like, you've got the brickwork there. This is for a tiny station literally in the middle of nowhere. There are stations for fairly substantial towns and cities that would envy these facilities. I think one of the worst I've seen is the modern Sheringham, and I think it doesn't help that in that case, it's literally within, like, you can see. Do you want to stop? Do you want to stop, please? Please. Okay, we overshot that a bit, but we're fine. There you go, you're good. Oh. Oh, that's a shame. No footprints in the snow. Look at this. Just everything has a charm to it. Look up here. Wait, there you go. Look. This is a tiny station, one platform in the middle of absolute... You're right there, sir. Sorry, the coach was having a rave here. This tiny station in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Any residents of Stogumber watching, very sorry, but hopefully you get my point. Not to disrespect the mighty village, hamlet of Stogumber. But look at this. Even here, you've got a little waiting room. It's almost like they actually want rail travel to be a thing you'd want to do. Rather than sit there and go, why would I want to go to the railway station in the rain, get drenched, sit around an horrible cold metal bench, pay extortionate, stupid amounts of money for a train with cardboard seats, for a train with ironing board seats, when I could just have a car. You know? Some people say, you know, I know you like trains, but I don't really like rail travel that much. I'm very sorry. I'm like, well, no, I get it. I like old... There's a reason why I say I like old trains. Anyway, speaking of, we are now coming up on Cronkite Field. Cronkite. Here we go. Here we go. Well, let's give it the beans. Or try to, at least. 3 seems to be the one that gets moving away from a standing start in such conditions. And you got the little booking office in that down there, that tiny little building there. Look at that. You see? Look at that. So you got down there, probably have some toilets in there, maybe a little cafe. You got a waiting room shelter, you probably have some Wi-Fi in there. There you go. That's all you need. You got your amenities for your tiny little station. There you go. Yeah, what I was saying before is that the worst one, one of the worst ones I've seen, is the new Sheringham station. It's an insult calling it a station, honestly. It's just a stir. It's a shin. And I think it's made all the worse because it is, like, literally you can, like, from where we are, the station, say the station's here, like, the modern tracks stop, but the rails keep going across a little level crossing straight through into the North Norfolk Railway, the Heritage Line, where the original Sheringham station is. And the original Sheringham station is stunning. It's beautiful. It's a lovely place. And of course, now it's the terminus for a Heritage Line. It's the headquarters of a Heritage Line. So it's always bustling and it's full of activity and all these things. And then you look off the you look literally like 500 yards, if that, up the line, and you just see one wooden platform on some struts that look like if, you know, enough people stood on it at once, it would just collapse. It just looks flimsy and horrible. I don't even think there's not even a bus shelter or anything. I think there's a bike rack and a metal bench. Because I remember when I was waiting, I did a video on it last year. Well, I filmed a video on it last year. It's one of many I have to clear in the backlog, which I endeavour to do in the new year. But I spent the day up there last May, I think it was. It was a really sunny day. And when I went to get the train back to Norwich and then back home, I just remember sitting on the platform, sitting on the floor, on the platform, right in the basking sunshine because there was no shelter whatsoever. And I just kind of looked around and went, I mean, it's for real. Like, I've literally just been on a heritage railway, which is supposedly old-fashioned. We don't do those things anymore. But, you know, it had amenities. It had charm, and it was something you wanted to be at. This was just like, it's like so many things about the modern railway now are just like, you're only here because you can't afford a car. So this is what you get instead, you pleb. Anyway, I'll stop grumbling now. I promise. Mr. Penguin, what do you think about this? Fuck the Tories. Yeah, no, I agree. And also, more importantly, yes. Good point. There you go. Anyway, our next stop coming up will be Cronkite Field in 1.9 miles. Let's get on that. Let's hustle. Let's hustle along, shall we? If they're not in London or have good connections to London, they don't give a fuck. Exactly. As much as I'm not opposed to HS2, I'm not opposed to finally catching up with other countries in the world about high-speed rail, I think it's very telling that they're spending so much money on that, which ultimately, at its core, what's its main benefit? Meaning it decreases the amount of time it takes to get from Birmingham to London by half an hour. All right, good. Does it connect any other locations to the national network? No, not really. Does it improve, you know, anything else? No. You know, what about the reopening lines for communities that desperately need them? Yeah, we'll get to that. That's, I think, the big issue with it. It's like, of all the places, like, I know there's not just a limited pot of money, you know, but, and with the amount of, like, environmental damage being caused, the amount of places just ploughing straight through greenbelt land and just without a fuck. It's like, oh, bollocks to this forest, bollocks to that. But you made it a greenbelt so no one could build on it. Yeah, but we're building on it now. And I also appreciate one good thing about HS2 is that it should ease the load on the West Coast Main Line, which is a line I refuse to travel on at times because, you know, I mean, Euston, bleh, Birmingham New Street, bleh, Pendolino's, bleh, occasionally. Yeah, it ain't good. So if it can ease traffic on that line, that'll help as well. It's, you know, more railways is generally always a good thing. I'm okay with it, but yeah. Birmingham New Street is actually okay. Yeah, nah, not for me. Not for me, Des. I mean, like, that's very much a subjective thing. Pendos, unless you get lucky and get a voyage. Sorry, I just saw that word, and it just triggers that response in me, you know? It's like an allergic reaction. Birmingham New Street used to be much, much worse. Or how so? How so? Then again, I think it also compares unfavourably to one of my favourite stations around, which is Birmingham Moor Street, which is literally a 10-minute walk down the road. Well, 5-minute walk across the city centre. And Birmingham Moor Street is objectively gorgeous. Partially because they've just restored it into old school, like, 1940s GWR aesthetic. Before the most recent renovation. I wasn't even aware there was a renovation. Hang on a sec. Hang on just a moment. There we go. Hello. Sorry about that. All right, where were we? I see Tavares Cherovic has taken over. I still don't understand the Tavares reference, but yes. Yes, it has. Hello, Jason. Snow Hill was just... Oh, God. Yeah, don't even talk to me. Don't even talk to me about one of the biggest crimes in civil engineering, which is the wiping off the face of the earth of the original Birmingham Snow Hill station. It's just Russian. It's just Russian things. Fair enough. Cross country are on strike tomorrow. Yeah, they are. They're like, sod driving Voyages on Christmas Eve. I ain't doing that. You couldn't pay me enough. But can you get a HST from Birmingham Moor Street? Can you? No. But you can get a Class 68 and Mark 3s, which are really nice. You can get a train with Mark 3 coaches and a rumbly boy at the front of it. So, close enough. Now, it's the RMT, not ASLEF. I just lose track of who's who. One of them's on strike, but the other isn't. Like, I'm pro-unions generally, but there are times... It's like the old Monty Python thing. It's like, are you the Judean People's Front? Fuck off. Oh, the Judean People's Front. The People's Front of Judea. Judean People's Front. Where's the Judean People's Front, then? He's over there. Splitter! It's just one guy sat on his own. The biggest crimes against railway architecture were Euston and Penn Station. Yeah, Euston... Yeah. Just disgusting. Like, it's not just that what's there right now at Euston is just horrible. It's a grey box. It's literally like the most depressing... It's like a near future... What do they call it? Like, what do you call it? Like a post-apocalypse like... Oh, what's the word? Near future sci-fi post-apocalypse sort of... That's another train. Hey, it's Class 09. Little shanty boy. There we go. So another passing loop here, which has helpfully reset the timer. Reset the timer, you know what I mean. Yeah, it's not just that... Oh, got to throw the brakes on. Yeah. Oops. Oh, God, no, don't spad, come on. Don't spad. No. We've come this far together. No. God damn it. Right. Low loss checkpoint. Very grateful you can do that now. F. You knew it was going to happen. Well, you just knew it was going to happen. Never mind. We'll just do that again. Which is fine, because this whole run was a bit sort of stop-start and a bit interrupted at times, so... There we go. You absolute spad. Anyway, so now we're back at Stogumber. Yeah, the whole... There we go. Like I said, it just takes a moment. You can be patient. But yeah, the whole Euston thing, it's not just that the modern station is such a miserable, awful, charmless hellscape. It's the fact that it replaced something so stunning. The only good thing to come out of the desecration of Euston is the fact that when similar plans were announced to do it with other stations, mainly St Pancras, I believe, the outcry was so furious of like, what the no, you didn't say that's what you were going to do to Euston. We've seen what you've done to Euston. You've taken a massive dump and decided that's the new station. Just the actual turd. And now you want to do that to St Pancras, which is, if anything, even more beautiful than the original Euston. No. We're not doing this. And so they didn't. And that's part of the reason why there's a statue of John Betjeman, the poet and massive rail enthusiast and railway advocate, one of the guys behind the campaign to save St Pancras. That's why his statue's there. It's like the demolition of the original Penn station led to the preservation of Grand Central and the modern preservation movement across the United States. Yeah, it's one of those deals where, like, it's sad that one thing had to happen, but at least some positives spawned out of it. Like, at least people were like, let's make sure this doesn't happen again. You can still find vintage diesels at Grand Central into the early 2000s. Oh, really? That's cool. Where would they come from? Where would they go? Where would they come from? Cotton Eye Diesel. Diesel Joe. And vintage emus. Nice. Anyway, gives us a chance to enjoy the scenery a little bit more. Got a small road bridge there. What the? Hang on a minute. What the? Wait a minute. Have we just opened a portal in time? Where's Mariah gone? We reloaded last checkpoint and Mariah's gone. Did we have a crew change? Yeah, we must have done. So, well, this is Mary, I guess. Those vintage diesels were the FL9s that I have modelled. Dual power locos that ran on the third rail into Grand Central and diesel once they were out of the tunnel. Oh, that's nice. That's cool. The sort of old school, like, streamline ones with this kind of middle centre light like that. They just... perfect. Honk, honk. Hello, Paula. Hang on. Christmas Penguin has a message. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Paula. Hope you're having a lovely day. And welcome in. Welcome aboard our Christmas gala service as we trundle through the foothills of Somerset. As we dash through the snow, quite literally. I believe I just passed a whistle board. Ah, because there's a crossing here, so... there you go. That takes care of that. Happy Christmas Eve Eve. Exactly. I believe today is Festivus. I'm not quite sure what that means, but yes, apparently today is that. Is that just a shorthand way of saying Christmas Eve Eve? Had an okay sleep until the alarm went off. Yeah, that's generally how, yeah. All the best sleeps are then interrupted by the alarm. How dare it? Or do you mean like like a fire alarm or something like that? I thought you meant just like the alarm on your phone or whatever. It's a holiday from the television. Oh, it's from Seinfeld. Right, okay. Yeah, I was in a stream last night with someone. It was a British thing, and somebody mentioned that as well, and they were like, now you mentioned Seinfeld, I think it was mentioned in that chat as well, and they were like, yeah, we kind of didn't get Seinfeld as much over here. Oops. Trying to get that angle without being bowled by a tree. I should probably stop flattering myself about my run, but goddamn, I did food. You made food while driving a train. That is impressive. You used the hot plate in the cab. That was good. You should be. You did a hecking good drive. You drove that train damn good. You did a damn good driving of that train. Oh, another whistle board. Well, diesels don't have whistles normally, so they have a horn instead. So it's a honk sign. It's a honk sign. The FL9 were the last of the revolutionary F series of locomotives that started with the FT in 1939. Mostly built for freight, they ended up being relatively common in passenger service as well. They were mostly responsible for the end of steam on US main lines. I mean, sound kind of like your version of the Class 47 then, like the sort of go anywhere, do anything, very powerful diesel. Hi, Ray 4005 is here as well. How are you doing? Right, what we're now going to do is going to put it into coast, and we're not going to overshoot this time. We won't overshoot again. Actually, the original lyrics to that Who song. Originally, it wasn't We Won't Be Fooled Again, it was Won't Overshoot Again. Roger Daltrey actually wrote it while he was playing with his model trains. For he actually has a model train set. He loves his trains, does Roger Daltrey. And apparently, there is a local model railway club near him where every so often he'll just drop by and volunteer to be like, oh, do you want to, you know, help, like, make stuff like scenery or, like, drive some of the trains and have a play? He'll just drop in. Be like, yo, how you doing? Just vibe, you know. Just imagine that, just having a model railway club, just being like, oh, there's this new guy who wants to come down and just have a play. He said he'll help us with the modelling and that. Oh, really? What's his name? Roger. R. Daltrey. Really? Are you for real? Guess what? What? The passenger counterpart was the E series rather than the Bobo had an A1A A1A configuration. The F19 has a very oddball Bo A1 egg. It's a hybrid. Well, there's the train on the other side. Question, which train from Thomas is the most like their IRL counterpart? In terms of personality? And shape, maybe? Anyway, yeah, welcome to Cronkite Field. There's the 09, trundling along with its little train. Even though I'm pretty sure an 09 can only do about 15, 20 miles an hour max because of its gearing, because it's a shunting locomotive. Okay, so... Brakes on, brakes... We're not going to do this again. Please stop. Please. I'm very scared. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. We're good. Right. We did overshoot a little bit. I maybe wouldn't get out of that door. But otherwise, we're fine. You got a boyfriend? Oh! Very nice. That's a Christmas gift. Have a quick jog up the platform. What they look like? Oh no, that's a good question. I think Duck was a very faithful pannier tank. Cronkite Field. Lamp room. You want some lamps? Yeah. Here's a room just for them. Come for coffee. Yeah, you should. Oh, I love this, the old GWR signage. Never mind having an arrow. Actually have a pointing finger pointing at things. You want your tickets? Go in there. Oh, sorry. Was I getting in your way there? There's a map. No, there's a poster, actually. That's what I meant. There's the 09 there. Look at that. It's about to head off. Anyway. Wait until 11:32. Oh, and I put down a milk churn. Spencer was a pretty faithful A4. I don't remember Spencer. I don't remember. It was James. James was, James! Wait until 11:32. Oh, we've got 2 minutes. Does this mean this is going to leave first, maybe? It might do. It's got the road, which means the signal's good for it to go. Oh, that's an old school. That's a very old school GWR signal. Look at that. I think you both leave at the same time. Ooh. I'm going to quickly get some pictures of my little Polaroid. My Polaroid camera. Who was the class 101 looking motherfucker? Good question. I remember I had him as a toy. No! Would you calm down? Game, would you calm down? We're just vibing here. Doesn't even sound like the engine's running on that thing. Okay, we'll head back to our loco then. Do. They're nice coaches, aren't they? Yeah, they're very pretty. Cronkite Field. There you go. Daisy was the class 101. But a single coach. So would that not make her a class 121? A bubble car? Just doing a jog. I think you're right. I think we both are leaving at the same time. And then... There we go. And then sit down here, lock the doors. Time that to perfection. Right, now what we're going to do is Bishop's Lydiard. Which, if you didn't know already, is our final destination. Not like that. It's the last stop. Well, the doors are still open on that side. Clearly that's not leaving for another few minutes. Alright. We are good to go. Oh, look at that nice little line-side hut there, that wooden hut. That was just for, that was for railway workers, just to chill in. Just to chill in, really. You have maintenance equipment there for the lines, I believe, stored in there. All right. Once we clear the points, we'll give it the full beans. We've got 10 minutes, almost exactly, to get the 3.7 miles to Bishop's Lydiard, which is the southwestern terminus of the West Somerset. But the tracks don't end there. They continue through and actually can join up with the main line. I believe there's... No, isn't there an actual extra stop at... Is it Norton Fitzwarren? I want to say. And there's like semi-occasional National Rail services there. I remember GWR a few years ago ran a summer Saturday service all the way up to Bishop's Lydiard. Because the branch, the track originally branches off the Great Western Main Line at Taunton. You can see the bay platform there as well. Look at that. It's like a platform with just one signal. That's very cute. Oh no, we're gaining speed slightly because we're going slightly downhill. Oh no. Whatever shall we do? There you go, just pop the brake on a little bit. Nice and snowy. It really is. Also, hello, darling. Hello there, Simon. Newly operated darling Simon here. How is recovery after your surgery going? Welcome on board. And welcome on board as well. Have a nice comfy seat on our comfy old Mark 1 coaches on our Christmas gala service here. I'm just trundling through the snow in the Somerset countryside. It's a lovely day, really. I slept from like 8 PM to 11 AM. Well, understandable, really. I mean, fair enough, you know. But yeah, luckily we're driving a Heritage Line train, which is mostly quite slow. We're just sort of trundling through the snow, and we've got these lovely old Mark 1 coaches that are very comfy. They've got springy seats, actual cushions in, so you can sit down in one of the first class compartments. Just took my first dose of pain meds for the day, so now I'm staring at breakfast, threatening it not to fight with me. I like the graphics of this game. It's good, isn't it? They are good. The models on the locos generally are really good, and the rolling stock. The scenery, I think, is underrated in terms of graphics. I think it's nice. And the weather effects. There's a 150 waiting at the next stop. Okay, there you go. There, he's got some cleaned off. This weather makes me feel cozy. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I like it. That's why I like the snow. Growing up in Britain, you're not supposed to like the snow because it's bloody inconvenient and it ruins everything. Well, maybe that's more the problem of this country being hopeless with it. There we go. 25 miles an hour. Like snow and fog. Yeah, exactly. It's nice. Even just like a frosty morning, me. This country being hopeless, full stop. Yeah. Blaming something else for your own problems. The British way. The true British way. Still coasting along. Whoops. Just touched the scroll wheel on my mouse. Yeah, we're probably not getting a white Christmas here. It's supposed to be 8.9 degrees. Yeah, well, it's been annoying here recently. Like, the amount of times it's gone to, like, near freezing, and you just wrap up and you go to bed covered in all the blankets and everything. Wake up the next morning absolutely drenched in sweat. Like, what the hell? Look at your phone. It suddenly jumped 10 degrees overnight. I mean, where do you get off? Where do you get off doing that? It's been doing that here too. Yeah, I dislike this. I dislike this. I want to go to, I do want to go to a place, like I might even live in a place, where it is just cold. And it's snowy and that's just a thing, you know? You kind of know what you're going to get weather-wise in any given season. Whereas over here, you're just like, do you want summer in October? No. Do you want winter in June? No. Sounds like Western Canada, yeah. Why is there a special weather statement out for a dusting to 1 inch? What the fuck? I live in Michigan. To be honest, that would constitute a weather warning in this country. If you see light white flakes dusting onto the pavement, do not be alarmed. Stay inside, lock all doors and windows. Do not drive. Do not even walk to the shops, because there's the chance you might slip over and, like, dislocate your hip. Gran. I mean, I get that for you, yeah. I get that for Britain and snow weather warnings, because y'all are hopeless with it. Yes, we are. Like I said, I always love snow, because I'm just a child at heart, really. Says the person considering starting doing a toys channel, or like a toys YouTube series in the new year. Who totally doesn't have 2 original Robot Wars toys mint on card and in box, being delivered to me, on their way to me as we speak. I'm turning 30 next year. Just thought I'd put those 2 statements together. And I don't care. Best way to be. But yes, I love the snow, unironically. I hope I end up seeing snow in Scotland or on the Setland Carlisle, assuming I can make it. Hopefully, yeah. Oh, the Setland Carlisle. I turned 32 in like 2 months. Excellent. Well, you know what? The amount of people I've known, the amount of friends I have, and the amount of people I've known who are already in their 30s and are making it look so much better than their 20s, I'm like, all right, bring it on. I used to be terrified of turning 30 because that would officially mean I'm old or some shit or growing up, and I don't want to do that. That would be like, oh God, now I've got to get married and have kids and stuff, and that literally makes me puke with anxiety. And then I'm like, no. No, you don't have to do that. On average, the 30s are way better than 20s. Just don't take mine as an example. Oh. And then there's my grumpy ass. Well, you know, you balance it out. There needs to be someone there to be like, well, it's not perfect. Park it, there you go. Jason! Once you turn 30, parts of your body will start randomly hurting for no reason. Oh, dude, that happens already. I think I'm already there. This happened to me long ago. Exactly. You're 31 next month. Well, happy birthday in advance, Hitch. Oh, we're going quite a lot downhill here. Things are going very downhill at the moment. And we need to slow to 10 miles an hour momentarily, so we might want to stick the brakes on like proper. I'm 34 in March. Ooh, when's your birthday? If you don't mind sharing that. Just because my birthday's in March as well. Are we going to be... I don't live with pain. I am pain. All right there. All right there, Gerard Way. There's actually a rail tour in the UK on my birthday. Really? Oh, that's nice. I'm 23 next month. Yes, Nick, we know you're a child. You're literally a fetus. I'm joking. Nick is baby. Baby Nick. Baby Nick. Baby St. Nicholas. It's this time of year. St. Nick is to be born in Bethlehem. Okay, well, meantime, welcome to Bishop's Lydiard. Oh, and I felt really weird for a second there. Yeah, welcome to Bishop's Lydiard. We're out here. Trundling into the platform. There's another Crompton over there. It's vibing. I think the 150 left. Yeah, it didn't stick around. Besides, it's not a summer Saturday. Far from it. We know you're a child. Nonce. Don't be doing that. Not round here. But yeah, welcome to Bishop's Lydiard. We are out here. We're out here. Lovely old signal box. Buildings over there. The old goods shed. Some more coaches up there. Rake of coaches in the sidings. The old water tower. Oh, this is one of those red signals that's right on top of the stop marker as well, so I'm not taking any chance with this one. Misses it anyway. We're going to miss it anyway, because the brakes on this thing are kind of delayed reaction. Yeah, I was doing 7.5 miles an hour. For God's sake. For God's sake. Anyway. Fancy doing that last one again? Why not? Alright, it's only 10 minutes or so. Never mind. We go. Oops. I want to take the brakes off first. Oh, no. Speaking of nonsense, apparently orgies can resume in the UK according to a certain Londoner with frizzy hair. Well, who pays attention to what he has to say anyway? Oh my god, the crew person's changed again! What is going on? Anyway, I'm determined to finish this. For we will. Turns out stopping an old locomotive in the snow, it's quite difficult. It doesn't happen instantly. You put the brakes on and it's like, give me a moment, I'll start slowing down in a minute. You're getting more and more senior inspectors because I keep spadding. Oh, is that what it is? Look, listen, right? I can explain. Never mind. We just have to appreciate that Crompo, he doesn't do things... You have to take a moment with him. You have to be patient. He won't do things immediately. I had to Google that word and now I wish I hadn't. Oh, bless you. You poor sweet summer child. Also, I'm sorry. No, it's 25 again. Do. Look, listen, right? I'm not going to screw it up. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The fun thing is, it's an actual word. So at first I was confused because it didn't make sense. You Brits use it as slang, apparently. What nonce? I'm going to be 17 next year. Right, forget that, Nick. You are no longer the child of the of the child of this chat. And yeah, it's slang, yeah. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can I stop choking on nothing? It's not fun at all. I don't recommend it. This is what happens when I learn new slang. And I feel like you learn a lot of new slang while you're in my stream, Simon. It's slang, but not good slang. It's one thing where you don't call someone that unless you want to get punched in the face or you're actually accusing someone of being that. Yes. Which is why I'd advise we don't use it. We don't throw it around lightly in this chat. We've had our banter moment with it. You can use it maybe a maximum of once in a banter sense. I enjoy learning new things, even if they're British swears. They're horrific British insults. Yeah, we're quite good with those. Meantime, Crompo is trundling over the... Weren't we just here? Yes, we were. Once again, Crompo has entered into a rift in space and time. This is also a thing for me, just not knowing shit. A friend told me last night that it was hard to make references around me because I just never get them. I mean, you're looking at someone who hasn't watched Marvel films. I know the references, I know, they're just really Pacific. Yeah. Not seen any Marvel Universe films. Modern TV shows that are supposedly cool. A friend of mine is often quoted like, "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" at me, and I'm like, no. Is it? Is it Always Sunny in Philadelphia? No, it's the name of a for fuck's sake. I only know about Thanos through memes. It's Always Sunny, not my kind of show. I don't know. It might be, it might not be. For me, anyway. There was that scene in Austin Powers 3 where they spoke English, and it was subtitled. Meantime, Crompo, blissfully unaware of all of this, is just trundling. He's doing a heckin' trundle. I love the fact we've also got a return journey to do. We're going to be here a while. Blimey. Quite a steep downhill gradient into Bishop's Lydian. I'm going to blame that on why I spad earlier. The second time you spad on the same run, look shush, alright? Look, listen. Clink, 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 clink. Spod. Another little road bridge. With people driving on the roads. I can't believe it. Unbelievable, Jeff. There's a train going across the railway, the road bridge, but what train was it, Chris Kamara? I don't know, Jeff, was there? Must have missed that. Green train. Well, according to our sources, a Class 33 locomotive has just rumbled across the road bridge. No, you're right, I just saw that, but I thought it was a locomotive move. Honestly, Marvel do not know how lucky they are to be getting the TV shows and movies, because some franchise would dream to have successful after them. Yeah. Like, well, I mean, Marvel now owned by Disney and all that. Like, Disney's just like the monolith of everything. I do get a lot of references, but they're trying to reference things like Rocky Horror or The Shining, which are older movies and not my style. Yeah, there you go. You kind of pick up the references from parodies of other things. Yeah, I was talking to my friend Jamie about this the other day. We're the sort of people, it's just a kind of thing, if you just don't watch, some people just don't watch that many movies or don't watch TV that much. You just, you know, you do it unplanned. You don't go, oh, I must see this, or people can go, oh no, you got to see this. I'm like, well, no, I've got my own life to do, thanks. But then every so often you'll just be like, I'm just going to watch this film now. And you can't pre-plan for when that's going to happen. Like the last time I watched a film was a few months back, and it came out. Hardcore movie buffs are not every person. Look, I'm a hardcore train and video games buff. That's my, like, I believe everyone has a sort of a special interest, I guess. Special interests. There you go. And, you know, if I have a choice of things to do in my downtime, I'm far more likely to read a book or play a video game than watch a film or watch a telly show. A telly show. A show in the telly box. Yeah, that's just my thing. So, there you go. Or listen to an album. Listen to records. Listen to music. I'm a big music nerd, to be honest. Music, games, railway history, cars. Those are my, like, special interests, you know? Sports, probably, as well. What sports, AJ? Yeah, they kind of change. Because in classic neurodivergent style, you can be into something amazingly one week, like I am cricket, and then in about 3 months' time, I'll probably be like, okay, I'm good for cricket for the moment. Also, we're going to start slowing down now, because we are approaching the station. No, not an initial application. We're going to do this properly this time. I used to be the same, AJ. I don't know when I fell off reading so hard, but I legit can't remember the last time I read a new book. But writing and reading used to be my things 100%. Me too! English literature nerd over here. Because it was one of the first things in secondary school, one of the only things in secondary school that I knew definitively I was quite good at, and I enjoyed. And I was like, I'm going to spam this. My school was like, yeah, but you're shit at maths. Why is that? I don't know. Can you not, like, at least I'm good at this thing. Yeah, but you're not good at maths. Thanks, I know. Let me write things. But you have a silly, flowery, overly funny writing style. Yeah, but you still gave me an A on that essay. Yes, we did. Okay, good. Glad we've established that. My writing style's shit, but it's still good. Okay, the one thing I was actually good at academically at school, they still found a reason to pick at. That's grammar school for you. I can't go to sleep knowing that Dodge is switching to it. What? All of them? The whole range? I'm not about this. I'm not about this. I went to college. I went for English with a concentration in creative writing. Yes. You know, I can see another reason why we get on so well. Right. Concentrate. Concentrate. Focus. Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. Let's do this. Let's do this properly this time. Right. Break on. Break on. Break on. Come on. Slowing. 10. 9. 9. 9.9. We are... Slow down. Full service. I'm not taking the risk. Just... We're going to stop early, but I don't care. We're good. We're good. Check the back of the train. There you go. It's fine. It's all in the platform. That's okay. There's another 33 vibing over here. D6566. Which one's ours again? D6508. There you go. I filled a fire bucket by accident. Rake of coaches. So, yeah, there's a water tower for watering steam locos. Oh, lovely double gantry, double bracket signal. All the semaphores around. Bishop's Lydiard, we're here. We have finally made it successfully from one end of the West Somerset Railway to the other. And now we're going to try and go back the other way. Might take a few attempts, but we'll see. Siding there. And down there is where the line continues on, I believe, to a stop called Norton Fitzwarren, and then into a sort of triangle junction onto the main line that's currently running now. That's still running today, where it connects back at Taunton. And that's where the original branch used to come off. That's where trains used to come up. So, lock the doors. Yep, there we go. That should be it. I'm not anticipating a particularly good score. Yeah, we didn't medal, but never mind. No medals, just vibes. We're not out here for the medals, really. Let's be honest. Okay. So, continue. Return to free roam for... No. Main menu. Oh, that's an evocative picture. That's a very evocative picture. You can see just south of Taunton where that line joins up. Yes. Yeah, you can. AJ, hello. Hey. Hello, Corvette fan. Christmas Penguin wants to wish you a Merry Christmas. Ash and Dan next season in the British Touring Cars. I don't want to talk about it. I may just take a sabbatical off the series next year because that's just the most overpowered thing since Kevin Durant went to the Golden State Warriors. Explore. Right. Tim Tabble. This time what we're going to do is we're going to take this machine. This mighty machine. Oh, and it's now minus 6.1. It's even colder now. Fog. Lots of snow. Maximum snow. Some wind. There we go. And it's also in the dark. Continue. Alright, so we've got to Bishop's Lydiard by about midday. So now, time for the return run, I think. Minehead to Bishop's Lydiard. Bishop's Lydiard to Minehead. That'll be the one. Now 33. Let's actually do the earlier one. Slightly earlier. Bishop's Lydiard to Minehead. 2:15. That will do. Yes, excellent. All right. And this time, we are behind the wheel of my dad's favourite locomotive of all time. Stop at location. All right. Oh. Look at this. Oh, mighty machine. So I believe... Let's get this thing moving firstly, shall we? Cronkite Field, we've got to be there in 3.7 miles. Oh, and it's raining. It's not raining, snowing even harder. So obviously let's open the window. Your man from the end of the last journey is still here, just making sure I don't cock things up even more. I'm going to name you Adil, because I've been watching a lot of cricket compilations recently, and one of my favourite spin bowlers from England, for England recently, has been Adil Rashid. He's like a sort of wizard. He sort of runs up with his arms flailing and then throws the ball, and it sort of goes... it goes all over the place, and then it bounces and nobody knows where it's going, and then all of a sudden there's a clonk and the wickets are gone. And the batsman's just like, how did it do that? My favourite kind of bowlers. So, yeah, Adil's with us today from the return journey back northbound. So, honk. Nice. Driver's brake. Well, firstly, we need to master key on. Reverser. Forward. Driver's brake. Release. Straight brake. Let's just have a quick look at the wipers. Yep, same controls as the Crompton, basically, as Crompo. Where's the wiper controls is what I'm looking for. Up here, behind us. Over on your side, have you got control of the wipers? Do you? Do you? Sun visor. No, I don't need that. Not today. Watering level. Engine RPMs. Engine A. Engine B start. Yes, the twin Maybachs. Twin Maybach engines. That's what you want, really. Rear facing horn. Where the bloody hell is the thing for the lights? I'd assume it's here somewhere. Handbrake. Yep, off. We want that. We do want that. What about up here? No, that's the sun visor. We don't need that. This is why... And then I wonder why I'm running so late for these things. No, we don't need to contact the signaller. Unless we're like, where's the button for the lights? Jesus Christ. That was close. I'd released the brake. Oh, God. We were starting to roll backwards. Oh, no. Oh, that was nearly disaster. It was nearly disaster before we'd even set off. What a great start. I'm genuinely a bit confused. Fire alarm. Fire! Exclamation mark. What are those? No. Fuel, engine start, isolating switch. Start, facing horn. I know what we can do, to be honest. Headlight. Oh, it's just that. All right, so let's get moving, shall we? Let's stop faffing around. Let's get moving in the correct direction this time. And let's enjoy the noise. Let's not just bring the noise. Let's enjoy it. Let us savour it. Look at all the crowds on the platforms. They're out here for it. Most of the diesels you hear have a kind of low revving, like a thick boy engine noise. The Western twin Maybach engines were higher revving, so they sound more like World War II aircraft. Like this thing's like because it's so high revving. And onwards out of Bishop's Lydeard we go. We go. Oh yeah. Oh, framed by the bridge and everything. That's lovely. The snowfall is, if anything, even heavier. Oops. Also seems to be weird. Is that our loco? I can't tell. I like to think that was our loco. That was Crompo from the first run. See you later, Crompo. Now, I would give this loco a name, but it does have a name, even though, for some reason in the game, the West Somerset Railway version of the Western doesn't have nameplates. Maybe when they scanned it one day, the day they got to scan it, they didn't. It didn't have nameplates on it, because the one in the Legends of the Great Western, or whatever it's called, the one where you can run the old Westerns out of Paddington, it's in BR Blue, and they do have their nameplates. So, Western names. No, not cowboy and Western names. That's not quite what I meant there, Google. Google. Oh, meantime, we do 25 miles an hour now. That's nice. You know what I was saying about sounding like a World War II aircraft? Oh! Dun 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 dun. We're playing for time and it's running out. Sorry, to me it sounds like a Spitfire. It just does. It just does. Very sexy. Incredibly sexy. Built between 1961 and 1964 with their twin Maybach MD655s, which I believe were V12s, 64.5 litres, or 3,940 cubic inches. Hydraulic transmission, maximum speed 90 miles an hour, each engine producing 1,350 horsepower, which would create total output of 2,700. 2,700 on their own. And what were the names? Names and numbers. So R1 is D1062. Now I know there's 7 preserved, so I don't know if this is one of the preserved ones. It is! Western Courier! Okay, so that is accurate. I'm trying to remember what the one was that we saw at the other end of the line. D104. If it was D1048, that's Western Lady, which is also preserved. Yeah, because they're called the Magnificent Seven. There's 7 of them preserved. Give it some speed. Give it the beans, shall we? So the preserved ones, out of a class of, what's it, 77, I want to say? 73. There we go. They weren't actually in service all that long, huh? Yes. Because British Railways management at the time had no idea what they were doing. In the 1950s, they were like, we should build a class of standardised steam locomotives. Don't we want to get rid of steam in the next decade and replace them all with diesel and electric? Yes, but still, let's build tons of steam locomotives already, for now, and then scrap them barely a decade later. They were building 9Fs in 1960, while steam locomotives elsewhere were already being scrapped. And then, when all the diesels came along, the Western region, oh, Great Western, they wanted to do things differently. They went, how about this kind of German system, diesel hydraulics with a hydraulic transmission? Yeah, right, do that. Build loads of classes of those locos. 1970s roll around. Actually, they're non-standard. They're not like the other classes. We're going to scrap them all. We literally built them like 10 years ago. No, we're going to bin them all. Why? Who commissioned them to be built in the... I'm glad they were. I love how you're all teary-eyed and nostalgic for old trains such as this, and I'm all for modernisation. I'm all for modernisation when it's done properly. I'm just saying, like, you know, at the time, these were the modern thing. but the modernisation wasn't handled well. Like, one of my favourite steam locos of all time is the 9F. It's possibly the greatest steam locomotive ever built in the UK. But they were building it while already planning to get rid of all steam locomotives. Why? Make a decision. I think it might be time for me to go curl up on the couch with, hopefully, my cat, as opposed to the neighbour's cat or something. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Have a lovely rest of your day, Simon. I'm sure we'll speak again. Either way. And we will speak again before the day, but either way, Christmas Penguin wants to wish you a happy Christmas. Yes, as opposed to that. I'm more about looking to the past and history. Just things. Who's doing the buzzer? Hang on. Right, where were we? Yeah, I think I prefer, like, historical things. It's just like, it's not even I'm saying they're better or anything. You know, it's more about just liking the thing, you know? Anyway, let's give it some beans, shall we? Because we're climbing quite uphill. Because then it makes that noise. But I'm very happy. Does this spark joy? Yes, Marie Kondo, it does. Meanwhile, at the back, just clonking along. Clonk, 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 clonk. That lovely, like, clonk. The clonk. Clonkage. What we'll also do when we stop at Crocombe Heathfield, what we'll do then is I'll make myself a fresh cup of tea. Because there's been some activity in the rest of my house that I wasn't expecting, but, you know, I live with other people. Other people being in the house and doing things shouldn't be that big a surprise to me. But I was planning on making myself a fresh cup of tea before we started our return run. So now, that's quite a slow speed, so we'll just have the wipers on, I think. The wipers that I think in their, like, static position make the front of the loco look quite angry. Hang on. Park. Oh, okay, they stay up there. Okay. Still, they've got, like, they kind of look like eyebrows. And if they're, like, stopped in, like, the sort of down position, it can make the front of the thing go... can make it look like it's doing the emote of, like... It certainly sounds a bit angry. It sounds angry. Alright, so we got our first stop at Crocombe Heathfield. Main platform this time. I'm assuming, given the service pattern when we came on the way down... well, it'd be up, actually, because it was to London. That's a weird thing I can't get my head around. In British Railways terminology, any direction that's towards London is up. Any direction that's away from London is down. So you can go from Edinburgh up to London. And the brain doesn't like that. There we go. Anyway, yeah, we'll just leave those wipers on. I think on Crompo, the wipers at full speed were like, bleh, 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 and I was like, yeah, it's a bit distracting. I don't like this. But those are just like lackadaisical, lackadaisically just sort of like, yeah. Anyway, it's like a hypnotic thing. What about when you can go to London from either direction? My brain just leaves the building, I think. What do I think about the F1 2022 car? I think it looks pretty cool. Looks like a sort of modern F1 car meets, you know, late 90s, well, mid-90s champ car, which I'm a big fan of. And honestly, I'm not getting my expectations up too much because most of the things I hope for it and will judge it on is how it races. If it does cut downforce and it makes it easier, less dirty air, and it makes it more fun to race. Oh yes, the extra problem, I know, right? JBS, I don't know why you're asking me these. Don't ask me. I didn't come up with this naming system. But yeah, if it produces fun racing next year, then hell yeah, it'd be cool. It looks pretty cool, but then again, the cars for the last few years have looked really cool. I've really liked the 2020 or 21 answer. I'm not looking for answers. Good. Because you won't get them here. I'm also saying it's stupid. Yes. You know, it's an autism thing. Sometimes you have to be clear that your questions are rhetorical. Oh, we're coming up on Crocombe Bay Heathfield. Even the tracks go more to the north or south, it's eastbound and westbound. Okay. Here we go. How do the brakes go on this one? Except the New York subway, that is the opposite. There you go, there's a train in the platform. Oh, look at that, it's being hauled by a Class 20. Very cool, very nice. I like the fact that the AI have incorporated the other locomotives you can run on these routes. There's Class 20, that's from the Tees Valley line. I've just seen, by the way, a new person in the chat. Hang on a sec. I will acknowledge your message. I just have a habit of missing red signals. I have a habit of spadding. I have a spad habit. That's not the name of an old Offspring song, by the way. I got a spad habit. Should be good this time. The brakes look like they're working quite nicely on our Western Courier. We go through the spad now. Really? Come on. Oh. I'll be honest, if they didn't put the marker for where you're supposed to stop the loco right on top of the signal... Alright, never mind. We've done all the setup here. Let's just go. We've got another co-pilot with us. Alright, anyway. Headlight, yes. Alright, open the window. Come on, I hear a lot of noise. Some noise is being brought. Not sensing movement yet. Oh, now we're D1048. There's one thing me and AJ have in common. What's that? So now we're D1048. We are now Western Lady. Western Lady. Yeah. Okay, hang on a sec. Yeah, I knew I missed something. There we go. Might help if I put the reverse forward. I have so many spans you look to your right and see Sir Peter Hendy. I wouldn't know. I'll be honest. Whomst? Is he like the head officer for rail safety or something? Anyway, now we're off. We are off and running. Oh, he runs Network Rail. Yeah, there you go. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? What the? Okay, I just pressed the button and suddenly I'd smashed my face into that control panel down there. Which is where the... Yeah, that's... Okay. You know, we were saying earlier where the headlights are. They're here. Ooh, thank you for the follow, carriage_34. Also, SureW_. Up doesn't necessarily mean London, but the 0 mile. Oh, does it? Okay. It is often London, though. Yeah, there you go. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in Carriage34 as well. Cadridge34, I should say. We are both autistic and we both wear glasses. Good, you know, good traits to have. Ooh. What am I driving? Let me show you. With some noise. I'm driving this. It's a Western. It sounds like an aircraft. It sounds like a Spitfire, and I love it very much. This particular one is D1048, which for some reason on the West Somerset Railway version doesn't have its original nameplates. But this one was and is named Western Lady. And I believe the numbers that are generated for the Westerns that you can drive on this route are the preserved ones. The London Overground East London line, for example, O Mile is Dalston Junction. Oh, is it? Okay. So it's kind of a route start and end point. Gotcha. Then when you get round to the South London line, you're on the up X, then down Y, and the up Z. Fun fact, the 8F, the B was an F. 8F, if the B was an F, that would be my train home from work if I do the late shift. Oh, really? Do I have the southeastern route? Yes, I do. I do. We are playing... we're doing heritage runs today on the West Somerset Railway because I like heritage lines. And I'm going for that winter, like, Santa special, winter gala, Christmas gala feel. We've done a journey from Minehead to Bishop's Lydeard already with a Class 33. Now we're doing the return run with a Western on Class 52. So your train home from work, Nick, would be IF30. One F30. Yeah, there you go. It's usually the 0826 from my stop. But the trains run like every 3 minutes, yeah. Right, so I'm sticking stubbornly to what I said before. That I was going to make myself a new tea. That ain't tea, that's Pepsi. Yeah, because I finished my first mug of tea. And I said, before I started the journey back to Minehead, I'd make a fresh cup of tea. But then there was people in the kitchen, so I thought, never mind. Then they headed out. So I thought, right, once I get to Cronkite Field, I'll pause there and then make myself a fresh cup of tea. And then I trundled through the... Well, I just kept, no, that's fine. That's fine. You weren't to know. I'm just explaining the situation. And then, yeah, I just bleeded through a red signal up here by like 3 inches, which is an immediate disqualification. And the train numbers on the IRT are usually the origin and the time of departure from said origin. Hence, Pelham 123. Ooh, okay. Usually the origin and the time of departure. So, is that the Pelham 123? Or is the 1 like a destination mark, like a code for the marker? Have I tried the anniversary collection? What one's that? That's the 13 to 23. There you go. So the 123 fighting Pelham. There you go. And then John Travolta and his mates took it over or something. Wait a minute. Who did that in the original? It's the new one. Is it one of the German routes? I don't have all of the German routes. I mostly stick to the UK ones. We don't talk about the one with John Travolta and Denzel Washington. Yeah. It's in the shop. Oh, I'm not sure then. The newest pack or route I have is... is there something more recent than West Cornwall Local? For me, anyway. I think that's the most recent one I've got. I do also have the new Chatham mainline for Train Simulator, which is very exciting because that's my home route. It's actually a steep gradient. Give it the beans. Come on. Come on, let's hustle. Come on, lady. Come on, lady. Let's hustle. And yes, this loco's literally called Western Lady, so yes. At least we can now drive all the way through to Ramsgate and Dover Priory. If you replaced one letter in your station name, you'd be in Wales. Which one? Crocombe Heathfield or Swanley? Well, technically you'd have to swap the Y for an A as well. So 2 letters, but I'll give you that. Close enough. Close enough. All right. Also, you know what I need to do? I need to consult this. The British Railways Rulebook 1950, authorised up to October 1961, and given to a person who was a driver at King's Cross in September 1971. Laws of falling snow. Oh, look at this! There's bits. Look at that! I just noticed that. Look, these are like add-ons when parts have been changed. Imagine that all this is crossed out, so obviously this bit was deleted. Use of the DRA in this situation is mandatory. Check your rulebook. Oh yeah. Whoops. Oh, whoops. I didn't do that. I haven't done that. Also, I can't wait to... If this is the run out of Bishop's Lydiard and what a diesel loco has to do uphill towards Crocombe Heathfield, I can't wait for my visit to the West Somerset. For that and many other reasons, obviously. I mean, look at the scenery. Look at this. It's a magnificent place. Excuse me. Like I said earlier, in some cases, it's not a bad thing that a line was closed from like network rail use and becomes a heritage line, because in many ways it works better as a I might join you that day. What's that? When you go to the West Somerset? Cheers. What was the cheers for? Cheers. Hey, nice. Oh, the burp. Whoops. Sorry. Oops. Excuse me. It's what happens when beer piss occurs. All right, you have to be... another reason that kind of caught me out before is that with as you come up the hill, it levels off into Crocombe Heathfield. Joining that day when you either go to the GCR again or when you go on 1S51. Those HSTs might not have long for this world. Most HSTs haven't had long for this world in mainline service, at least, so that'll be definitely something to sort out in the new year. All right, we're going to start coasting now, slow to 20. Might be going on Grand Central this month. Nice. Well, they just rebuilt their HSTs, so it'd be silly to just replace them straight away. Look, listen, what were we just saying earlier? Let's build a whole new fleet of steam locomotive classes. Don't we want to get rid of all steam locos in a bit, in like the next 10 years? Yeah. But that's for someone else to deal with 10 years later. We don't want any steam locomotives anymore. We've literally... The paint's still wet on this one that's just come out the factory. Well, there was one of them that was built specifically for the NRM. What's that? The HST? Was that the one where they put it into the retro livery? I want to say. Oh, the 9F. Yes, that was the one where they named it the Evening Star and they were going to preserve it right out the gate. Many of its brethren were not so lucky. But fortunately, quite a few were. There's quite a few preserved ones around the place. Including one at the Great Central, which I think has been named in preservation Leicester City. Which makes total sense, because there were traditions of certain classes of loco. The B-17s on the LNER were named after football clubs. And given that, you know, that line runs from Leicester to Loughborough, Leicester City makes total sense. But it was named in preservation. It wasn't named while it was in service. And hey, if you own a locomotive, you can, you know, I want to give it a name. It didn't have a name in service. But now it's mine, so it can have a name. Yeah, fair. Was it named before or after their Premier League championship? That's a good question. I want to say before. Right, and this time... we are not taking any chances here. Initial application of the brakes. I don't care if we stop early. Okay, slowly. Slowly. That year was the year where Americans learned how to pronounce Leicester. Leicester. Yeah. Come on, come on. Full back. No, not emergency. Not quite that. There you go. There you go. Yeah, close enough. Look, listen, right? In fact, I don't think the whole train can physically fit on the platform. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I wasn't prepared to take the risk again, you know? Look, listen. Open the door. And, yeah, welcome back to Cronkite Field. With our, the beautiful country scene. There's our lady. There's our lady friend. I mean, selective door opening is the thing. Yeah, not on those trains. Selective door opening on old coaches was people just not opening doors, choosing not to open certain doors. I'm going to have to spam my dad with these pictures. All right, so I did say that I would finally replenish my cup of tea at this stop. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to pause there, and I'll be back momentarily with a fresh mug of tea. I'll see you in a minute. Okay, we are back. For some reason, the game's minimized. There we go. There we go. We're back. And I'd like to inform all of you, this tea and train stream has tea once again. Santa mug. Can you see the? I don't know if you can see the steam coming off it. It's picking it up on the camera. Look at that. Lovely. And appropriate, given we have the Christmas penguin here, I've got a penguin biscuit. It's excellent. So, where were we? Ah, yes, that's right, Cronkite Field. Oh, we've got to wait 6 minutes. All right. Huh, okay. Open the door over here. Oh, we've got 6 minutes to wait. Okay. I'm down with that. Let's have a wander around and explore the station, shall we? Oh, just look at that for a shot. Look at that. Beautiful. Little ground signal there in the bottom right. You can see that. It's like a postcard. Greetings from the Somerset. Greetings from the West Country. You can use this 6 minutes to release the brakes and look for more switches. I can. Or do some squats, apparently. No, get your cardio in as a train driver. Let's have a mooch around Cronkite Field. There's the milk churn that we put back earlier. A lot of the sort of accidental collectibles that I've been finding. If anyone's looking for any lamps, there you go. There's your place. Just gonna go over here and get on this train instead, and then leave. Like, no, wait. Oh, look at that. Oh, there's lovely comfy seats. Are there any first class coaches on this train? Well, there's only a 4 coach train. Looks like they're all standard class. There you go, yep. And here, it's on class 09. Which is like a class 08, but slightly different geared. Different gears, slightly roidier, I think. Not by much, though. Scum class. Just some hay. Ooh, that little guards compartment there. No! Relax. Just having a wander, I'm just stretching my legs. What a lovely day. In the middle of the snow and the freezing cold. I was like, this is a lovely day for you, is it? Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, actually it is. So, have to deal with it. Excuse me, can you get out of the way of my picture? That'll do. That'll have to do. Hang on. Oh, that train's leaving. There you go. Which makes sense, because I swear our departure going the other way was at 32, I want to say, or at least, yeah. It was before the up train going the other way, at least. We headed out. Hang on, don't fall on the tracks, that'll be a bit embarrassing. Oh, the techers. Oh, the techs. No, we're not going to be able to fit that lamppost in the picture. There you go. All right. Anyway, I've stopped faffing around with my my disposable camera. Let's have a jog. Please don't run on the platform. I'm a train driver. I can do that. Can you? Yeah. Lovely. Let's have a quick explore of this platform as well. Let's have a jog. Jog down the platform. And I'm just training for a marathon in the new year, Oh, look at that lovely signal box, though, as well. Look at that. Oh, the brick foundations, the brick bottom floor, and then the top floor, the wood panels. Oh, meantime, fill up a fire bucket. There you go. Fire! Exclamation mark. No! We've been through this. I'm just taking the very long and winding road back. Here's that line-side hut I was showing you earlier. There you go. Anyway, let's jog back up the platform. We got any first-class coaches on our train? As I sort of jog sideways up the platform. Ooh, there's a guard's compartment there. So that's kind of a half, what do you call it? Half break. Not a full break. Oh, I'm trying to think, not a half break. Composite, maybe? Yeah, looks like all fairly standard class. Right. Now let's hop back up aboard Western Lady. Not just any lady, she's a Western lady. There we go. Sit down. Get prepared for events to come. And you close with the remark, good luck to all of you. Do. Christmas Penguin, what do you think of all this? Yeah, you think it's very nice? And comfy? Yeah. He's got his winter hat on and everything, so, you know, he should. Right. Any second now, we get to continue our journey northbound towards Minehead. Towards the head of the mine. I don't know who he is, but, you know. Lock the doors, left. And then we're heading towards Stogumber again. Break off. A little bit of power. Oh, we're on the level, so we can give it a bit, but obviously we're in the heavy snow, so Snow Point ramming the power lever to the max because we'll just wheel spin everywhere. 3 seems to be a good power level to like start, get a train moving, get a diesel moving. I think I might head to bed now. I'm quite tired and I need to be up quite early tomorrow. Do what you have to do, bud. Lovely having you in here as usual. At some point, remind me, I do need to give you your sword of moderation in an anointing ceremony. But if I don't see you beforehand, I'm sure we'll talk beforehand. But if I don't see you beforehand, have a very lovely Christmas, bud. Thank you for hanging out here with me today, with us today. And have a good sleep. Sounds like you're going to need it for what's to come. Meantime, we are departing Cronkite Field. Have a nice day, everyone. I'll join Commie Fest tomorrow. Hopefully I should still be able to do it. It might just be like, I might just have other things to do. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But hopefully we'll still be able to do it. The first round of the Piatti's Touring Communism Championship, a special event. Basically, we're taking over Brands Hatch on Christmas Eve and running some meme races and some generally just cool races. Like, I've got the 1999 VRC Champ Car mod, the VRC Kart mod, which is some of my favourite single-seaters of all time. So, and just V8 2021 V8 supercars, you know, good stuff like that. And of course, the main event, the Soviet 500, the Motherland 500. The first ever round of Pliat car. The Pliatti's Touring Communism Championship. Well, it said whistle. Oh. Clonk, clonk, clonk. Clonkety clonk, clonk. Just every angle, every part of this looks really pretty in this weather. I'm not saying it wouldn't look pretty anyway. I bet it does. But, you know. There you go. Honk. Just make sure, you know. Right, Stogumber. It's coming up in 1.8 miles. Can we do something we haven't done in about 3 consecutive station stops and actually avoid a spad? Can we actually avoid doing that? That would be the true Christmas miracle. Also, we're going down. Right, that explains it. I was like, wait a minute, we're going downhill, the throttle's on, why are we losing speed? I've still got the brake on it. Yeah, I have. I have done that. That is what I've done. You see here Americans trying to say Worcestershire. Worcestershire sauce is a common ingredient in recipes. Oh, God. You mean massacre it? You mean attempt to and then fail spectacularly? Oh yeah, now we're going somewhere. Oops. There you go. Oh, a crossing. Well, a crossing of some kind. It's the view from the back of our train. We're about a mile away from Stockholm, which I've already accepted. I'm probably completely massacring the pronunciation of, but I'm just used to that. I love it. Like the funniest one was on my East Lancashire Railway video, where there were actually people correcting me in the comments on my pronunciation of a certain place, even though I asked a local when I was there how it was pronounced. Or no, another one I think was correcting me. I'm pretty certain I heard somebody saying it while I was there. I said it how they said, and then other people were correcting me, and other people were correcting me with different pronunciations. I'm like, you're locals, and you don't even know. What chance have I got? Meantime, 0.7 miles away from Stockholm. And we are really not slowing down much at all, so let's give the brakes a bit more welly. Like I say, I'm really not taking any chances here. We're actually still on time, so we're all right. Let's just coast it from here. There we go. Now we're picking up speed again just by coasting, so that works out just fine. That works out all right. Okie doke. So, Stockholm will be just around the next corner. Let's pop the brake on again, because it is just around the next corner. In fact, I'm going to give it a decent amount of brake as well. Yes, we are slowing down steadily. Luckily, there's no red signal at the end of this platform, so we're all right for spadding. We can avoid the dreaded spad this time, hopefully. You know, for the most part. Okay, so just an application of brake. We're still not stopping. No brakes, no brakes. Yes, it's not stopping. Please stop. There you go. Oh, spot on. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a professional at my job. Meantime, this platform is not long enough for this train, but never mind. Please can't blame that one on me. Blame that on just the station being a bit small. But it has an epic name, Stockholm. Wooden shelter here. Ooh, is that a poster? Yes. Put a poster there. Pick up a penguin and put up a poster. I love just how loud this thing is, even in idle. Like, it genuinely sounds like a Spitfire you just fired up on the runway. It's not even moving, and yet you can hear it across the entire aerodrome. It is a quite magnificent thing. What's that Jeff Marshall quote from that episode of All the Stations where he rides on the 37 short set? It's just an absolutely wonderful thing. Oh, we're running early still. Oh my God. Me and Milady are doing very well here. Milady. This is now unofficially named Penelope. Because of, you know, the Thunderbirds connection. Driver. Driver, we should be departing the station now. Yes, milady. Yes, milady. But please remember to lock the doors first, Parker. My name's Adam, but yes, milady. But yes, milady. Right. Brakes off. Throttle stage 3. So that seems to be a good moving away throttle amount. It's like the sort of Goldilocks combination. Not too much, not too little. Yeah, just right. There we go. And I wonder why my screenshots folder in Trains World 2 is absolutely rammed, bulging. We've only got 3.1 miles to Wilton. Oh, it's Wilton. Why did I think it was Willington down? Am I just crap at reading, or am I just a bit stupid? Don't answer that. Those are rhetorical questions. Anyway, yeah, 25 miles an hour. Let's get up to that, which we should do, because we're still on a bit of a downhill gradient. Well, in theory, we should be on mostly a downhill gradient for this run because we're heading towards the sea. Minehead is on the coast. So we should be heading downhill at least a little bit. Unless it's like that thing in on the Top Gear Bolivia special where they were climbing like into the sky. Like they were almost at the like coast. They were like, the sea is round the corner. When are we going to start going down? And then literally they were like, oh, it's like a near vertical drop. And Hammond's poor, what was it, a little Toyota thing, finally died. It was like barrel rolling and losing wheels and everything. It was like, no, donkey. And May and Clarkson made it down in their cars. And the conclusion in the end was, so in the end, we have to conclude that the most unreliable car in the world is the most reliable car in the world. It was Jeremy's Range Rover. Hydrate. Take normal water for that one. And have a stretch. Whee! Oh! Oh! Oh, that was good. Oh, yeah. Thanks for that, Hitch. Appreciate that. Woo! Very nice. Okay, well, we are still on schedule. We haven't broken anything. Have we, Sarah? I've decided to call Sarah now. We're speeding a teensy bit, but, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I think we're all right. Like I say, it's heritage line speed limits. They're a bit sort of fuzzy. They're a bit flexible. You can play with them a bit, you know. We are enjoying more. I have pizza. Yes. Excellent. What pizza is it? You're also reminding me that I had Domino's on Tuesday night because it was a trauma pressing because I was feeling crap after my booster jab. I was like, you know what? I've earned this. Might be having pizza again tomorrow. As part of a little Christmas Eve gathering with some pals. Only 2 pals, not pizza. Well, we might get 2 pizzas, I don't know. The hills stretching out in every direction. The hills and the fields. And look at that! I just noticed that. Our Western has gathered a coating of snow on the top of it. The coaches haven't, confusingly. I'm a basic bitch and having 4 cheeses. You are absolutely valid too. I mostly have margarita or cheese-based pizzas myself. Unless it's a meteor from Domino's Pizza, from Domino's. So where'd you get your pizza from? There's a lovely chain of pizza restaurants. There's one near me called Fire Away. They have like the stone-baked pizzas. Really nice. And they do amazing like meal deals on like pizza and milkshake for like a tenner or something. Which compared to Domino's prices, even with the deals, it's like, it's an absolute like steal. Just take the brake off a bit. The supermarket. Ooh, you know what? Good choice. Supermarket pizzas are underrated as hell. Like even the cheap basic pizzas at Asda are like banging. Really good. Ooh. Yum, yum, yum. The tea has descended to a perfect temperature to drink. And that is what I am having. What's that? Asda pizza. Oh, they do have the 4 T's pizza, don't they? Yeah, I seem to remember having that a long time ago. Can't actually remember what I've got for dinner. It's a good question. I will get takeout, but I know I'm going to get takeout tomorrow with the boys, you know, with the lads. Have you seen me recently? Have you seen me? And have you seen my friends? Yes, excellent. Well, good taste. You enjoy that pizza. In fact, it's that you sat in the rear coach, having just whipped out the pizza. Have you been keeping up with CM Punk in AEW, or have you stopped watching wrestling again? To be honest, I never restarted watching wrestling. But I have paid slightly more attention to what's going on in wrestling. Like, I check results and stuff. So, yeah, I have seen bits and bobs. I saw his promo showdown with MJF, and that was just, really spectacular. Like, any former WWE wrestlers who want to diss the Fed, that's how you do it. So there, that was magnificent. But yeah, I haven't really been watching wrestling again. I've just been following it, watching the odd clips here. And, well, I guess I've been watching some then, but not like sitting down to watch the full shows and things like that. But I've been following it a little bit more than I have done in the recent couple of years. Let's put it that way. I could even be tempted to go to an indie show again in the new year, maybe. It's funny because I was already on my way out of going to shows in early 2020. I think the last one I went to was a Pro Wrestling Eve show in February 2020, and then like a month later it was like, well, even if you wanted to still go to shows, you can't anymore. Not anymore. Hi, I'm COVID-19. He hasn't lost his touch. 7 years. Punk is still a badass. So I've heard. Looks like he's killing it. And like everything I've seen, it's like he's banging in the ring still. And on the mic, like you don't lose that shit. He was always a baller on the mic. All right, so we've got to slow to 15 miles now just before we get to Wilton Down, which is not a location from a completely forgotten the names of the classical authors. Anne Hathaway. Wow, the brain's just completely fallen out. Do you ever just get that? Oh, we have got a red signal at the end of the platform here. I am very nervous. I'm doing a hecking concern. Oh, the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit's beyond the station. Okay. Either way, I feel like we should still be slowing down quite a bit every damn day. Oh my God, what classical female author am I trying to think of? All right, come on, we are trundling in. We're way ahead of schedule as well. This is brilliant. Right, so 40 yards. Come on, you know you want to. Come on, full service. Do it for me. That's a little early. All right. Well, Look, this is just a long train at this point, you know? It's now to be more edgy in AEW, now to use swear words. He became suspended or possibly fired. Look, if he'd looked the wrong way at somebody, he'd have probably been fired in WWE. Especially with how they've been the past year.
Well, I'm pleased to announce that we're making record profits for the 25th year in a row. We're making billions and billions of profit. Company's great.
So, yeah, how about that new contract?
What new contract? I just ripped up your existing one. You're fired.
What?
Well, we're going to have to make budget cuts.
You just said you made record profit.
No, we need to cut money.
Are you making more money?
Shut up, you're fired.
Basically. POV, you're a wrestler in WWE right now. Oh, look at that. There's the Class 40 over there. Beatrix Potter. No, that wasn't the one I was thinking of, although I did love a good Beatrix Potter. Roger Rabbit. Not Roger Rabbit. Peter Rabbit. That's the one. Roger Rabbit's the flipping animated show. Oh, we've got 8 minutes to hang around here. Oh, I'm going for a walk. I'll be back in a bit, Sarah. You hold down the fort here. Some more dramatic pictures. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. There's the sheds over here. Charlotte Bronte, maybe? Hang on. I need to look this up now. Classical female authors. Charlotte Bronte, Emily Bronte, Sylvia Plath. Jane Austen. Jane Austen is the one I was thinking of. Jane flipping Austen. That's the one. There you go. It was Jane Austen that I was trying to think of. Yeah, Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility, Northanger Abbey. Yeah, there you go. That's what I meant. WWE, we hired a bunch of promising young stars just to fire them in a week. Oh, yay. Yeah. Let's develop all these promising young stars, only for them to get to the main roster, and then for us to go, well, fuck the guy who was in charge of the developmental system. We're going to ruin this guy. As I've said to multiple people, is that not a bit like a football coach or a football chairman running a football club, seeing the academy producing these amazing young stars, like they've just produced an amazing young striker out of the academy, and goes up to the first team, goes up to the senior team, and they say, right, fuck the head of the academy, we're going to play this lad at goalkeeper. But sir, he's a striker. Fuck you, he's a goalkeeper now. Oh, look, he let in 5 goals in a match. We're going to fire him. He's a shit goalkeeper. But he was a strike. Fuck you. Ha ha. How do you feel now, academy coach? And the academy coach is like, well, my whole job was to produce all right, fine, I'm off. Yeah, that's the farcical thing about it. I mean, and now they've butchered NXT. So it's like no old people or short people or fat people. So WWE with the Red Bull Driver Academy for Pro Wrestling. That is far too accurate now, Hitch. That is far too accurate. Oh, that may be the best comment I've seen on the situation. Yeah, I think that's a perfect analogy, actually. The N in NXT stands for Nickelodeon. This lovely little footbridge. Even the footbridges back in... Oh. What was it? There's a train coming in. There's a train coming in. Hang on. There's a train coming in on the other platform. No wonder we're waiting for a bit. We've still got 4 minutes to wait. Presumably, we're waiting for this train to arrive. What's on the front of it? It's the Class 20. Hey. Is this the Class 20 service that we saw the first time we came into Cronkite Field and then we spanned? So then we had to go back in time. Oh, look at that. Like a sort of angry helicopter. Hence why they were nicknamed the Choppers. Because they had that like chopping noise. The angry helicopter. Ah, look at that. That's nice. Because we could form a list of the former Red Bull drivers that got fucked over through the years. Well, given that WWE have in the last couple of years released so many wrestlers they could form their own promotion, and Red Bull have... You shut up. And Red Bull have previously released so many young drivers that they could have formed their own race teams about 20 times over. I think that analogy is actually working very... I think that's actually a very good analogy. All right, let's pop back over the bridge. And down here. Class 20 idling away on the other platform. Very nice. There's what looks like a refueling point there. Meantime, here's our Rumbly Diesel. They fired more people this year than the size of the entire AEW roster. Jesus Christ. Which not only is bullshit given that, you know, we're in a pandemic, but they're apparently still making record profits, but also have to make budget cuts. Budget cuts, apparently. But at the same time, what were they doing hiring that many people in the first place? I mean, we all know why they were doing that, but really, like, has anyone genuinely asked Vince McMahon? Vincent K. McMahon. The K stands for Knobhead, by the way. Vincent Knobhead McMahon. Vince, mate, this year alone, you've cut more people than the size of the entire roster of your main rival promotion. They're not our rivals, shut up. Whatever. Why did you hire that many people in the first place? Because we had plans for them all. Honest. You didn't know, did you? No, it was to kill the Indies and fuck AEW. Good. How's that gone for you? Well, the Indies are dead. Okay, good. What about AEW? The fuck you, they're not our opponents. But you hired all those people because you wanted to fuck over AEW. Yeah. And now they're all the people you just fired are now gonna go to AEW anyway. No, they're not. No, fuck off. Yeah, man. I'm hoping for a big resurgence for the Indies next year. Obviously, you know, the pandemic opening, you know, shit, hopefully finally opening back up properly. Some promotions have been running shows again recently. 8 out of 10 not mumbly enough. Yeah, hopefully next year with things opening up a lot more. And with so many free agents now back on the market, because obviously LOL is like, oh, what's so-and-so doing in AEW? Well, AEW have already got a pretty big roster. I think they're good. Not everyone's going to be able to go there. Ring of Honor have just shut down. Maybe for good, we don't know. But they're on sabbatical at least until early next year. They might be gone for good. So there's another place that people couldn't go. Impact is still going, so there's a place. But otherwise, like, there's a lot of people floating around that promotions can use. So all of a sudden, the indies could be in good shape. Just like how for many, many years, WWE hoovering up every single indie talent that had wrestled more than 5 matches was really shitty and detrimental to the indies, especially in the UK. You know, looking at NXT UK and the fact they've literally built their own performance centre here. So not only have they been hoovering up all the established talents in the UK, they've also been taking away all the young prospects who they just go straight into the, performance centre. WWE now is kind of like you with Grid 2. Bought it, hated it, returned it, fired it. Fair, yeah. I feel like there'll be a great indie resurgence. I hope so. Excuse me. Am I right in thinking there's quite an interesting little indie scene going on in Canada, Paula? Hang on a sec. Where am I? Right. We're driving a train again. We haven't done that in a little while. 8 minutes. Right. I've forgotten how to... What do all these buttons do? I'm panicking. I'm panicking, Sarah, because I don't know what to do. No, you're fine. You got this. The signal's not red. Yep. No, you're right. That's green signals. We're good. There are some issues with indie wrestling here in the States, particularly with abuse, sexism, racism, and various other things. Yeah. Yeah. Like, like the UK wrestling scene sees that and they're just like, yeah. Yeah. That's why an indie wrestling charity event run by a football supporters club is no longer happening anymore. Yeah. Like, what's the word? The UK looks at that and they're like, yeah, top trumps. Like, here we go. What's the word? I'm trying to think of like a meme or a metaphor. Like, you think that's some controversy in a shit show? Watch this. Oh, it's a 37/6 from the Tees Valley line hanging out in the shed there now. It's nice. There's a local scene here, but I haven't checked it out. The best opportunity to watch wrestling is usually at Comic-Con or when WWE has a house show. But they did have a SmackDown show here this year, which is crazy. Remind me where here is? I'm trying not to get confused with a few other Canadian streamers and YouTubers I follow who I think are more Toronto or Ontario based. We're not going to do that unless there's some change in accountability, which means he's never coming back, yes. They've sent AJ Styles down to NXT. Oh my god. That's funny. No, he's too small. He's too small, innit? He needs to go down and develop his skills, i.e. get taller. Mid-40s AJ Styles. Are you for real? For fuck's sake. Really? Really now? Yeah, like, the whole speaking out movement basically originated over in the UK wrestling scene, which was this massive wave last year of basically outing all of the predators and abusers and nonces and horrific people in British wrestling, but then it turned out to kind of be American wrestling and all indie wrestling, basically. Well, all wrestling. It touched all bases. I mean, like, Matt Riddle and Velveteen Dream were investigated for shit that probably, yeah, you know, maybe happened, but, you know. Here is Central Canada. Ooh, okay. Whereabouts is that in relation to... I know of Toronto, I know of Montreal for the racetrack, and I know of Winnipeg for Chris Jericho and one of my closest friends who lives in Winnipeg, Manitoba. But yeah, like, oh my god, there was a huge wave of things. There's a reason I dumped almost all of my wrestling shirts midway through last year. Y2J. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I forgot this one's a short hop. Right, okay. We're good, we're good. I have got this under control. I don't think I have. I haven't. I have not. I'm questioning whether I have this under control. Oh, I might do, you know. Maybe. We're now just skidding. But we aren't the home of Y2J. Oh, you live in Winnipeg. Oh, okay. I'm from Winnipeg, you idiot. Did Paula literally just, in my own chat, just do an I'm from Winnipeg, you idiot? Oh, hello, we've got a follow bot. Wow. Bye. Wow, bye. Besides, it's Christmas. You should be gifting me 3 followers. You pleb. Yeah, did Paula genuinely just Y2J me in my own chat? I'm from Winnipeg, you idiot. Alright, anyway. Here we are. Back at this Willington... Doniford Holt. Because they have a scheduled feud laid out for him, so he'll be down in NXT minus 1.0 for a while. Absolute bumbling idiots. The guy I was friends with for a very long time is a former All-American wrestler, Real Wrestling. Oh, the amateur. Now runs an organisation to promote LGBT rights in sports. Hang on. What's the guy's name? You mind me asking? I know there's Hudson Taylor. Oh, okay. No, because I know there's a few. I know there's a few out-and-out gay wrestlers in the pro wrestling scene in the US. But that is good. Good on them. Shout out Hudson. Hudson is straight. Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah. Kind of threw me off. So, right. Doors. Let's go. Speaking of short platforms. Right. And speaking of a short hop, I'm going to have another one. But he also did theatre in uni and secondary school. Well, just because somebody does theatre doesn't automatically mean that they're gay. I'm joking. I know that's not what you mean. All right. But yeah, like, yeah, that whole speaking out thing for British wrestling was an absolute mess. There were people that left NXT UK. There were people who I'd been following for years. Some of my favourite wrestlers. It was just like, we're done. We are done here. You know, luckily, in a way, I was so into women's wrestling, especially on the indies, that a lot of my favourites were women. I actually have a friend who is a man and a flight attendant for an airline, and is surprisingly straight. He's more straight than you'd expect. But yeah, that whole situation was ugly. And, you know, all these promotions promising that they do better once the pandemic went away. Yeah, tell that to Progress Wrestling, who who, in a way, decided to abandon all pretense that they were still actually an independent punk rock wrestling promotion and just went straight on the WWE network. It's like, yep, okay, at least you admit it now. And first show back, they had known abusers working as backstage producers alongside abuse victims. You deserve to go under and die. Anyway, one of those deals where it's like, have you really learned any lessons now? Have you really learned any lessons, or have you just decided to stick your fingers in your ears until everything goes away and people forget about it? No, I know the answers. No, they haven't. Yeah, he's now starting to release big names now, like, oh, I don't know, Jeff Shitting Hardy. Well, apparently the Jeff Hardy deal was because of he was having substance abuse issues again. But apparently he turned down. WWE offered him rehab, but he did turn it down. So maybe, you know, you don't know in these situations. You know, I'm not going to dogpile on an addict, an abuser. They're in a horrible situation anyway, which I'm sure is not one they chose. You know, so I'm sure he has his reasons for turning down the WWE rehab. Maybe he just was like, I can't deal with being on the road anymore. I've got to go home and get clean my own way. Hopefully he's able to do that, if that's all true, of course. But yeah, hopefully he's able to. He's doing all right. I know his brother's still in AEW, and I'm sure they're still in touch, aren't they? They still talk, like any good celebrity. They're like the Gallaghers. At any one point, they can hate each other and say they'll never talk again, but then next week they're like, oh, I was just hanging out with my brother. Well, I think with the Gallaghers, they properly, like, when Oasis finally split up, it was like, yeah, no, now this time we are literally never speaking to each other again. I think mainly because the last argument they had was, I think, backstage before a show in France, and Liam just went over and smashed up Noel's prize guitar that was like a present from his wife, and he was like, right, yeah, I mean, of all the lines you've crossed before, I think this is one line too far. I think, yeah, now, fuck yourself, I'm out of here. Or rather, because it's the Gallagher, fuck yourself, I'm fucking out of here. Now, fuck off, you wanker. Etc. Meantime, there is a gorgeous-looking moon over there. Moon over the castle. I should really put the brakes on now. There you go. I bet Matt's like, see, Jeff, this is why I left WWE. For that and many other reasons. Oh, we are bang on time here. We're sticking to time. What? Who is she? She's Western lady. Milady. Yes, milady. Oh, go up the footbridge. Oh, look at this. Over here. We've got a car park. No, we can't go in it. Never mind. No, look at this. It's almost like a hidden. The Watch It Boat Museum. Oh, yes. Angry Scootsman is here. Hello. Another Canadian is out here. I seem to have fallen in with an entire community of streamers from either Canada or northeastern America. Which I'm not complaining about at all. I love that. Lovely to see you in here, Scootsman. How are you doing? And also, Christmas Penguin, he wants to wish you a Merry Christmas. There you go. Meantime, if you're wondering where we are on the West Somerset Railway in West Somerset in England. We're in the snow and we're driving old trains, and I'm loving every minute of it. That goose is from emotes from a Canadian stream. There you go. Who is it from? Because it's funny, I think via the Hawkwood, very good friend of the channel, very good friend of mine, lovely human being. Geese breath. Now we've got 2.2 miles to the next stop. Okie doke. So let's get moving, shall we? Yeah, through Hawk raiding Nova Katebs, the fabulous ray of light that is a shining example of a human being and a very talented musician. She was doing one of her music streams. So through Hawk raiding Kate, then Kate raiding Simon, I got to know Simon, who's a magical human being. They are. Not Canadian, but from Michigan, from the same circle. I also got to know Katie McBride, who's a Canadian musician as well. Does like ambient, really like ambient chill wave music, composing streams and things like that. Really cool.
I also got to know Omega Kai, who, I can't remember where he's from. Is it Wyoming? Maybe? I can't, either way. Curliest Fry as well, and the Scootsman. I really should set up a command for shout-outs when people show up, but if you like your rhythm gaming, Scootsman is your man. Mainly because he does spin rhythm streams with an actual like DJ turntable, like turntable controller. I can't unsee this train looks like a toaster with the slots on top. Is it just you? Do you just have a thing for thinking that trains look like food? Because you called that other the peak the flying bread. You said it looked like a loaf of bread. I think the toast is being burned. I'll be honest. I think that's very burned toast now. Also, like, Jeff comes to the paradise that is AEW where they don't fire you for no reason. How does one eat toast? Trains are just giant hoagies. What's a hoagie? Is that a Canadian thing? With effort. I mean, you can, but, you know. I mean, you can, it's just, you know. It reminds me of, this is an obscure reference. Reminds me of the old, well, I think it might be still going. Your man Weeble, who's like he does like animated skits and that online, and he did a series called Weeble and Bob, which was a pair of talking Weebles. And they're getting all sorts of mishaps and adventures for pie. It's another word for a sub sandwich. Okay. Tooth enamel is technically harder than steel. I like your thinking. Scootsman is not out here with this whole, you can't do that, that's not possible. He's like, no, I think there's a way. You know, where there's a will, there is a way. Also, can we just admire over here the flipping sun? Or is that the moon? It can't be the moon, it's 3:15 in the afternoon. Look at that! The sun glowing through the fog and the snow. But yeah, that also reminds me of a skit from an old episode of Weeble and Bob where they have a showdown. They're due to have a joust with a pirate character who Weeble is trying to steal his girlfriend from, but his girlfriend's a rocking horse. Yeah. It's it's one of those shows. Trying to explain it doesn't help at all. It just adds to the confusion. Anyway. They go to, what? Exactly, right? So instead they decide, we've got to pimp out Weeble's car for the joust. Because obviously your pirate guy is using the rocking horse for the joust. The pirate is using his rocking horse for the joust. So Weeble's like, I'm going to use my car. So they go to, I can't remember, it's not called West Coast Customs, but it basically is. They do a pimp my ride sender, basically. And with, instead of exhibit, it's exhibit. Yes, it's an egg. It's an egg yolk. Stop! Yeah, Mr. Exhibit. And he'd just come back from a burn-induced coma, apparently. So obviously someone had overdone the eggs. And then there's a random, like, recurring character that's just a tin of beans. And he's apparently the production assistant, like the main, like, mechanic in the workshop. So he mostly just fills the car with beans and puts like a mop on the front and does all these like shit adjustments to it. And so after the big reveal, where it's just like, here's take a look at your pimped out ride. Weeble just goes, my poor car. But then after the grand reveal, Weeble just goes, how am I supposed to drive that? And Bob just goes, very carefully. That was the overlong story behind what you reminded me of there when you were like, how do you eat a toaster? With effort. It takes effort and concentration. Meantime, speaking of concentrating, that thing I'm not doing, we're a mile away from the next station, which is Washford, the home of car washes. It's actually the town with the most car washes per square mile in the entirety of the UK. That's a true fact that I just made up. So I'm loving that random, like, blazing sun in the distance. Either that or it's just the moon. The moon has become evil. It's like the moon from Majora's Mask. It's on its way to engulf planet Earth. Or maybe it's just the moon from Local 58. It's like secretly trying to send demonic messages Anyway, we are still vaguely on time here. Well, as long as we don't slouch around too much for this next stop. Meantime, more lovely shots. I like this game very much because it has a lot of trains that I like in it. It lets me drive them through pretty landscapes, and it looks rather pretty. For what is basically an indie game, it looks very pretty. I'm also not saying that because I'm a Dovetail ambassador. Dovetail Games people behind this game, obviously, I am an ambassador for them, which means they send me free stuff, which is very nice of them. Including, actually, hang on, you know what? Let's focus on one thing at a time. We've got to stop at a station in a minute, so I will show you this once I've stopped at the station. There you go. Okay. Well, we're going up quite a steep gradient, so it's the bat signal, but the bat piece fell out. Batman is like, is that the bat signal? Yeah, it's supposed to be. Did you still keep up with UFC? Because I was watching you and Nate's UFC stream, and you two defecated on UFC 3 from a great height for 2 hours. Great wording there. I love that. Yeah, well, I don't get the chance to watch as much, but I know Nay does, and I have followed some of the results. The one that shocked me recently was flipping Amanda Nunes, like the GOAT of women's MMA fighting, finally being defeated. Juliana Pena out of nowhere. That was huge. That was huge. Knocking with a knockout on Amanda, like, you don't do that. You don't do those things. So, yeah, she killed the Queen. Dethroned the Queen. Who we still stand. I mean, Amanda Nunes is amazing. An openly outright lesbian world champion. With her fellow UFC fighter wife and their child. Like, they're a full lesbian family. Also being badass fighters and a world champion. David versus Goliath, sort of. I mean, yeah, pretty close. We're talking, I'm fairly certain we're talking like Holly Holm, Ronda Rousey levels of odds. Well, not odds. Anyway. That video is great. What, the UFC 3 one? Oh, that stream we did. Yeah. Minis versus Mustangs. All right. Well, we're actually trundling so slowly into the station, we are actually now slightly behind by 30 seconds, which for me is nothing, really. But it's because we've got quite an uphill climb into the station. But that's okay. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to start coasting. Still that slight incline. There's the 08. It's vibing in the siding. And then what we're going to do, pop the brake on. And then a bit more. And then that should be enough. Yeah, that'll be enough. Like I said, I'm stopping prematurely at a lot of these markers, but that's just because I've been stung too many times by the flipping spads on the signals. Yeah, close enough. You know, they can just walk forward and get out on the next coach. Yeah, there's the 08 in the siding. Look at that. I love the 08s. They look so cute. They're so adorable. They're just here to do a heckin' good job. You know? The big glamorous express locomotives like the Western here. Like Milady. Then you got the little humble workhorse like the 08. Shuttling trucks about. Shunting coaches. Doing all the hard work, you know? Also watched the UFC Undisputed 3 stream where Nate accidentally teabagged Dominic Cruz. I don't remember that one. Was that the one where we made a bunch of modern fighters and had our own lightweight tournament? Because we were doing it on the eve of UFC 223, which was just such a clusterfuck, because they were like, well, we're going to strip Conor McGregor of the championship. We're going to have Khabib fight the contender, whose leg's fallen off. Ow. Well, what about this guy? He's failed a medical. Shit. Who have we got left? Ally Quinter. He's ranked, isn't he? Just. All right, let's go. It's better than nothing at this point. We move. But yeah, what I was going to show you is I actually got a little goodie bag recently from Dovetail Games. It had a hat and a t-shirt and stuff in it, which didn't really fit. I wasn't that comfortable. But it did also have a pin badge. Look at that. Hey, I've got a little Train Sim World 2 pin badge. It's very cool. So there you go. Thanks for that, Dovetail. Much obliged. Meantime, let's do a hecking big thrash. Oh yeah. This is a way to melt the snow. I love that one mission where you rescue a broken down train, tow it all the way back down the route with an 08. Which one's that? Or which route is that? Is it on the West Somerset? Oh, field wheel spin. We're going uphill as well. The brake's still on. I think. What, this? You mean this, We're just wheel spinning at 23 miles an hour. It's one of the scenario things. Oh, I got you. There you go. Now we've finally stopped wheel spinning. There you go. Right, so 1.9 miles will be at Blue Anchor. You absolute blanker. Yeah, it was that stream. Oh, you know what? I haven't rewatched that one in a long time. I need to rewatch that second UFC Undisputed 3. I have that game now as well, which is awesome. Do I? I think I do. I think I finally picked it up after, like, years of being like, that's awesome. AJ is the only man I know that can do a burnout in a train. Well, you know. I'm a man of some talents. Not many talents. No, just some. Whereas this route is one of many visual pleasures. I'm still going down quite a steep gradient here, so oops, no, that's not what I meant to do. Stop the brake on. You have a very specific set of skills. It'll make me a nightmare for people like signalers. Signal operators on the trains. Hello, Book, by the way. How are you doing, bud? Christmas Penguin has a message for you. It's Merry Christmas, which I concur with. I'm AJ Omega, and I approve of this message from the Christmas Penguin. Could we see some UFC streams in the AJ Omega Twitch channel? Maybe. Maybe not the modern UFC games, because I'm just not really into them, but we did stream EA Sports MMA a few months back. I'd love to. Now I think the problem that I worked out afterwards with that game is that I bought some controllers that actually had, like, what's the word where it's like drift, stick drift, like controller drift, like the analog sticks had slight sort of lack of responsiveness, which meant some of the training things and doing some of the moves was a bit of a pain in the arse. But I know for sure that with the right controller you can do them. So yeah, I'd like to go back at some point. That stream was a lot of fun that we did, so I'd love to do that and maybe like a multiple series of them. With what was the name of our fighter? I can't remember his name. The former gangster who's now a professional. That seems to be a trope that I like with my creator caption, or with my my OCs. See also Martin Brosnan, the drug runner in the East End mob, who's now trying to go straight as a motorbike racer. Oh, we have a yellow signal there. Terry the Mechanic Montgomery, that's it. Terry the Mechanic Montgomery, LTL, Monty, with his tag team partner, the Dam Buster, on it. That's it. His left hand, the Dam Buster. That was brilliant. Yeah, he's like left hand of death. Oh, that was amazing. Also, I like how Fall Guys appears to still just be, like, casually quite popular. It's still a thing. I think at some point there was a character to be called Thunderbottom. Good question. I don't know who that would have been. That will be why we're not speeding up, AJ. Oops. Sometimes I just lose track, you know. Quick bit of thrash, get up to 25 miles an hour. Quickly, quick thrash, get up to 25, and then slow. And then smooth. 24. And 25. And we go. And now we put the brake on. There you go. Having both on at once, not a good idea. Not generally, anyway. Right, we have to slow to 10 miles an hour in a minute, anyway. Just warming up the brakes so they grip better when you need them. Exactly. It's when he would just scream, oh no, when he destroyed someone in free sparring. Oh no, oh no. The humanity. I went full Jim Ross. As God is my witness, he's broken in half, and we're just in training. Oh. Remember Thick Cut Michael Hunter, the chonky guy? Of course I do. Your man from Saints Row 2. He was brilliant. Also, brakes have locked up. Is it stalled? Oh, there we go. So, we're sparring. Yeah, I do remember Thick Cut Michael Hunter. Now, there's a game I want to revisit at some point. Saints Row 2, just endlessly fun, man. Love that game so much. Did you accidentally trigger the emergency stop? No, I don't think so. I think because it was just like the things were locked up, it was like cutting the power. Well, I didn't have the power on anyway. It just brought it to a stop because it was like, there's no grip. We're skidding. It's like sort of anti-skid. Is there even a bad Saints Row game? I can't think of one. Like, the ones I haven't... Oh, there's another train. Hey, it's a DMU. It's a Class 101 DMU. There it is. Oops, wrong camera button. There you go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've got a red signal. Be very careful. And the level crossing is shut. All right, no fucking around. Full service right away. Come on. Stop for me. We've come this far together. We've come a long, long way together. Through the hard times in the view. I have to celebrate you, my lady. I have to break like I should. This is an old diesel electric running with the brake may have drained the power for a moment. This is actually a diesel hydraulic. So not a diesel electric, but I think the system may have worked the same way. Oh, what a lovely, spiffing picture. And you got your unit on the other side here with the semaphore signal. Meantime, a little shed with hand-cured cooked meat. Very nice. That's what you want. Electricity, hydraulic. Yeah, there you go. Hydraulic pressure. I think it's the slippery rails as well. You know, it was just like locking up, so it was like, can't say the speed. I don't think there's anything else to explore down here. Wait until 1532. I will. Because unbelievably, by, you know, the full start of this whole run, but since we restarted this journey, we've actually been ahead of schedule. Does that mean this train's going to leave in a minute? May do. Aha, the level crossing gates have opened as well. Beware of trains. Well, I never. Lovely signal box, lovely booking office, lovely gentleman's toilet. Now this is a shelter. Now this is a waiting shelter. None of this metal bollocks. None of this metal bilge. Oh! A milk churn! I did a milk churn thingy. I got my milk, and a poster. I got milk and I got a poster. Life is good right now. I really need to be getting back to my train. Yeah, I really should be doing that. Yeah, this train's not leaving before... No, calm down. Oh, it is leaving. I think. Well, the door's just shut anyway, so... Maybe we're both leaving. It's off! See you later, mate. Anyway, I've got to keep going my own way. Go your own way. Time to lock the doors. Chopmaster Steve from... Ah, yes! Who could forget? The legendary Chopmaster Steve that was just created as, like... It only happened because we were, like, what was it? Like, it was when we did our... Whoops. It was when we did our, retrospective of our WWE gaming retrospective. The first time we made a create character, we did the create a character create a wrestler challenge, where we had to create a wrestler inside 3 minutes. And they made that one in, was it WWF No Mercy? On the N64? Oh no, it was Warzone, I think. WWF Warzone on the PS1 or the N64. And he made that wrestler, and I think his theme song was called Chops Jam, and his name was Steve. So I was like, what, is he like a Chop Master Steve? And then just the name stuck. So ever since then, like for the rest of those videos, we had to make a Chop Master Steve. And then just after that, when I did my SmackDown Here Comes the Pain series, I just ran with Chop Master Steve. Cornwall's most impressive wrestling export. Hello there. I'm a masked wrestler from Cornwall. So you're not a luchador then? No. I'm a bit too thick for that. But I got a devastating chop. Oh, and then there was that was where he evolved out of being a joke into the human chopping machine, which is basically me redoing his moves to actually be good and turning the difficulty down because I was crap at that game. And then going on to main event WrestleMania against Brock Lesnar and then lose by slipping and falling off the cage. We were battling on top of the Hell in a Cell and I just slid and fell off the cage. I was like, oh no! Brock climbed down, was like, I don't even have to I'll just pin him here. Oh my god. Now, the career of Chopmaster Steve. When that AEW game comes out, we need to revive Chopmaster Steve. Forget all the big comebacks that AEW's had. Forget Sting coming back to wrestling. Chopmaster Steve. Just your man Tony Schiavone. Be like, wait a minute! It's Chopmaster Steve! And they're the ones we would like to forget, like Robin Beckton in WWE 2K. Look, I liked Robin Beckton. I did wonder if his catchphrase, we'd live and die on the mat. Die on the mat was a bit like on the nose, you know, given wrestling deaths down the years. But I liked him as a character. There's a bit of Martin, well, they're both EastEnders. EastEnders. But, God, that game is just so tedious. Just don't give me golf clubs. What do you mean? Jason Poland, known PGA golfer. Now, we leave that to Chopmaster Steve's golfing cousin, Golfmaster Steve. Steve, the strongest wrestler ever seen, but he's also extremely clumsy. It's like something out of that game Super Fight, which I really want one day. I'd love to have a thing of Super Fight, which is basically you get dealt like random cards to build a superhero, but it's all like sort of random superpowers and things like that, and then you basically just argue as to who would win in a fight. So it's the sort of thing. Chopmaster Steve, he is a masked lucha libre wrestler who's got infinite strength, but he's also very clumsy. And you'd be up against like a 10-legged octopus who can be invisible, but only while playing the trombone. The Legend of Tommy Armour the Drunk. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. All right, 0.8 miles. We're going to Dunster. Can we hit 25 before the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit? 23. We are climbing uphill as well, so. 24. 25. There we go. All right, off the throttle and put a brake on. There we go. I watched the video that said the only way to properly progress in the game is to be a company man. You will go nowhere as a face in 2K18. Then why have it as a thing? Dunster Revolution. I'm cold. And then the ancient clip that pretty much started everything. Oh my god, the go-karts. Things we do indeed love to see. One saving grace that I always respected about Project Cars, well, Project Cars 2 especially, that you could put any number of combinations and weather and car and track things together. LMP1s on a rallycross track, yes, why not? Formula 1 cars in the snow, yeah, why not? Go-karts at Le Mans, yeah, why not? Even with the closing speed of 500 miles an hour. Their top speed down Mulsanne Straight, 40 miles an hour. The top speed of your LMP1, 240. Oh god! From SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain, the Cornish Mafia. Who was in that? Wasn't Matt Hardy in that? We just randomly formed like a faction. Oh shoot, what am I doing? What am I doing? Pubes. Tiny cars on go-kart tracks will never not be fun. Exactly. Oh. Hello. Oh, we've locked the brakes. We'll take the brakes off. We should be good. Oh, look at the sparks. Look at that. We have lost adhesion on the track. Slipping there. There you go. Well, gotta be careful, okay? We are now at the speed limit. Well, in a moment, we'll have to be doing 5 miles an hour. So, we're actually going downhill into the station, so. Matt Hardy, A-Train, Sable, and Steve, the Cornish Mafia. Oh, my God. I think I spoof-named that after the main event Mafia from TNA. Oh, my God. Oh, the Daihatsu Midget one. Racing K cars on the go-kart course. It sounds like a solid combo. All right. Despite my best efforts, we are still on time. And I don't quite know how that's happened. All right, so I'm just going to trundle nice and slowly up to the stock mark here. Stock market. So when is the legendary Jason Poland appearing in the Impact Zone? Hey, I have TNA Impact on the. I have the TNA Impact game on PS3. Don't think that won't happen, or couldn't happen. And there we go. Oh yeah, spot on. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at my skills to pay some bills, not all of them. To pay some bills. Haven't seen the Project Cars 2 go-kart stream. I've looked and I can't find it. Yeah, well, that's because we knew... that was back in the days where it was like, I think streams only stayed up for like a week because we weren't like affiliate or anything. And we haven't figured out that there was a thing to tick to be like, save it here or do the highlights thing. So unfortunately, the only record left of that stream is the clips. I think there's some WWE 2K18 streams that we did in the early days as well, where there's only like a few clips left of them. Another poster. Another invisible wall. Ignore that. Why would you want to leave the pretty railway? Yeah, no, I agree. Tum-ty-tum-ty-tum. Dunster. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's hop back aboard, lady. Lady Penelope. Western Lady Penelope. Just the biggest drawing power on the street. Amen. Right. Are we ready for our stream main event? The final stop of our final run of the day. It's Minehead, up in 1.6 miles. We've got 6 minutes to get there. Look, since we restarted after our false start at Cronkite Field, we have been spot on this entire run. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it. Here we go. Honk. Maybe your head, but it ain't mine head. What's that? You agreed that was terrible. And you also... Yeah, me too. You laughed at it as well. Oh, I tell you what, this has been a thoroughly enjoyable stream, though. This has been lovely. Absolutely what I hoped it would be. Gone on a bit... 4.5 hours. It's gone on a bit longer than I expected. Badoom, Mrs. Simple spills a drink. Badoom, oh, drumstick. Chicane is streaming. Ooh, redeemed Guide the Raid. I didn't even know that was an option, so I'm going to ignore it. How can points be refunded? I think they can. Anyway, well, we'll see. It depends who else is streaming. Yeah, I didn't even realise that option had popped up on my thing. Meantime, the thrash is real. There's more thrash in here than an early Metallica album. This is basically Master of Puppets played through a diesel engine. He should make a backup channel called Stationary Straight Away. Don't refund, I have 116,000 points. Yeah, I really should think of some new redeems for points. So y'all can actually use those points at some point. I will. It's like Skellington in the early, and I think Resi as well. It's like 1v1 me in Trackmania. I don't have Trackmania. Okay, what else can I spend my points on? That's a good question, actually. Clinkety clank, clankety clank. Burble, burble. Through the fog and the snow, the mist, and the yellow. I think there was a tree there that didn't load properly. Aha! Speaking of hydrate, thank you, Hitch. I remember when someone redeemed Resi 69,420 point end stream. That was amazing. I was gutted I missed that because I was like, I was nearly there. I was like on 67,000 points or something. Semaphore signal guides us towards Minehead. Then I think it's just a straight run all the way to. I nearly said the line. No, this is not a race. Initial application on brakes. And then there was the F1 2002 street. Oh wow! Yeah, I remember that. That is still up on the Armbar Arcade YouTube. F1 2002. But my favourite clip was when you said, "If you can take anything from this race, let it be this." Fuck Jack Villeneuve. Advice that remains true in real life as well as in that game. Oh my god. Oh, that's brilliant. This has been a bit of a nostalgia trip. I like this. Old Armbar Arcade days clips and things like that. Oh, look at this. We're going to be on time and everything. It's like I've improved across the stream. 2 spads in the first run, and I was permanently like 5 or 10 minutes down the whole way. And then, you know, we had a false start second time around. Everyone thought, oh no, this is it again. We know where this is going. He's a blithering idiot. He shouldn't be entrusted in charge of a train. But then, since then, even before I'm waffling so much, it's like, and I'm just the greatest driver ever. Forgets to brake, smashes straight through the barriers. The buffer stops at the end of Minehead. Like, just my loco's just like sat in the middle of the road outside the station. Like, well, we've arrived. Back when I was only a clip Jedi, not a Psycho Mantis, as well as that, yeah. We are now approaching Minehead, our final destination. You passed it, was like, oh my god, it's Jack Villeneuve again. Are you serious? I was just fed up with it. I was like, please. We even started lapping him, I think. Wasn't I driving as Takuma Sato? My king boy of everything. My king boy of everything. I will meet that man. I have no idea how, but I want to meet that man one day. I will. Yes, you were. Excellent. Right, so we're trundling straight in. There's those rake of vans and coaches and things like that sitting around the yard. Just going to trundle in nice and slow. Little signal box there. Not now, Sato. Where does that actually originate from? Where does that come from? It reminds me of a photo of a pickup crashing through a house and it has a subtitle of "Hello, Amtruck." Oh my god. Right, here we go. The final stop. There's another Western still sat in the sidings over there. There's a 47 here. There's that peak. The bread boy. Mike, it's a bread boy. Gran Turismo 2, the Blue Seal 80. Oh god, I remember that. Hang on a minute, what was that a reference to? Oh, you mean the, not now, so no, I remember, no, like the origin of the actual phrase itself. Oh, I see. No, I meant like the reference to the actual phrase itself. Also, here we go. Here we go. Oh my goodness me. Is he going to cap off this near flawless run with a near flawless stop? Yes. Yes, indeed. And Everyone hops off the train, including me. And, yeah, welcome to Minehead. Wait a minute! That has a nameplate! Hang on! So D1048 Western Lady does not have the nameplates, but Campaigner does. I also like the accuracy that all the Westerns we've seen today on the West Somerset Railway are all preserved ones. Campaigner's a preserved one. Lady is a preserved one, even if she hasn't got a nameplates here. What was the other one? 1062 Western Courier, preserved as well. In fact, hang on, I might still have the list here. I've got an email from Motorsport Jobs. We don't want that. Yes, here we go. So, the preserved ones. Actually, I might need to lock the doors. Okay, there we go. Lock the doors. There we go. Lock the doors. First I heard it was GT2 when the car was harassing you in a race. Oh, hello. Hang on. Yeah, good. Plot twist. Uncouple vehicles. We've got to uncouple the coaches. Plonk. There we go. That'll do. Stop at location. Oh! We've got to run around our train. Wow. Okay. Okay. Maybe the mission is not over yet. So we're heading towards 5 hours for the stream. Okay. Okay. Look at that 47 there, just vibing. Hang on a minute. We can't. Wait a minute. We can't. Careful, you're going to accelerate faster now. Yeah, I just noticed that, actually. Uh-oh. We've locked the brakes again. Okay, not quite. Ease it forward, tiny bit. As the Super Mike said, yeah, we're gonna now have 2,700 horsepower with no load behind it. There we go. Hey, there we go. That'll do. We got it done, and we got a silver medal. Come on. Well, I mean, we were a bit short at some of the stops, and we did speed a bit, technically. But you know what? 19.6 miles, an hour and 35 minutes. I'll take that. Return to the free roam. So, wait for service. Service is scheduled to start at 16:07. We're not going to do that. See you later, Sarah. You did a good job. Not sure what your job was, unless it was just to make sure I didn't fuck up too much. In which case, you did a good job, because I didn't. And, yeah, welcome to Minehead. Today is a great day to go to the seaside. Oh, look at the old school themed phone box over there. I love that. And the ice cream. I don't think there's going to get many ice cream customers today. Aha! But the fire bucket is going to get filled. Come on. Nice little postcard, picture postcard there. Does that mean, as well, we're going to see some activity up here? It's a nice way of ending the stream, just watching stuff happen. So I like that. Yeah, this is intriguing to me. I don't understand quite why... Oh, poster. That bucket is going to be solid ice in this weather. It really is. So there's the turntable here. I'm very puzzled why Campaigner has its nameplates, but Lady doesn't, and neither did Courier when we were driving that one. There's the 47. It's very nice in that original... This was basically the colour that most diesels were painted when they first came out, because the corporate colours of British Railways, that's the original crest. Can you walk over to it? What? Campaigner. Turntables! we mentioned turntables, and Angry Scoots was like, wait a minute! My people! Hang on. Oh, I see. Right. I wondered if you could manually operate the turntable. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Lol. I don't understand anything else that's going on, but turntables, I understand those. Alright, there we go. Yeah, look at that. There's Campaigner. So that's the nameplate that they all carry. That's quite an accurate rendition of it as well. Come up here. Oh my god. You make it. Unlock. We're doing the turntable. We're turning the Yes! Let's go! This is now a spin rhythm stream. A very slow one, but never mind. Oh, do you know what we're going to do? This makes me unreasonably happy. The crossover, the train simulator spin rhythm crossover stream we never knew we needed. All right, here we go, here we go. Oh, we're going to stop it. We're going to stop it. No, stop. 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 Hey, there you go. What did we achieve in all that? Nothing, but I had fun. So there's that. There you go. Now Western Campaigner is facing the other way. But because it's a diesel loco with cabs at both ends and everything, it doesn't look any different. Which is good, because it means no one will spot what I've done here. There is a slight issue, though, because I don't know how to get back up onto the platform from here. So I'm just going to sneak away here. But yes. This is where Angry Scootsman is going to be vibing when we open our own Heritage Railway. Well, we need someone to operate the turntable over here. Scootsman will be like, me, I know how turntables work. Can we go up these steps? No. There's people on the platform like, what are you doing down there? I'm just wandering around, having a look around, you know. There's all those modern buildings. Modern buildings. They're so boring. Just having a jog now. There's a little point lever there. So, junction lever. Or not. There we go. Just put everything back where you left it, AJ. Can we get... Hang on. Oh! Yes! Hang on. Yes! We can climb in the parked coaches. We're just dossing around now. Oops. Hang on. Close the door. There you go. Just mooching around the stored coach. It is a bit dark in here, I will say. Whoop. There we go. Hang on a minute. Can we interact with these vans? Oh, we can. Oh, we can climb in the vans. We're in a freight van. Look at that. I don't know why you'd want to be in here. Just hide in here and have a nap. I don't know. Oh, this all makes me unreasonably happy. All right, how do you shut it again? Shut it. There you go. There's that. The true hobo experience. Look, this is C6 Steve Simulator now. This is now C6 Steve UK edition. Why can I not close this door? Okay, we'll just leave it there. Snow will slowly start gathering. This is a hella throwback, but your rivalry with Regan Smith and NASCAR Evolution. Oh my god, I remember that. The random feud of the century. Lovely old signal box. Look at that. Another rake of coaches over there. Ooh! Here we go. That 47 that was in the siding. Is that what became a Chopmaster Steve when he retired? C16. Oh, look at that. Look at the lighting. Oh, that's beautiful. Right, well, we know what's operating the next service down to Bishop's Lydiard. All right, well, I feel like a nice... the stream main event in the end will just be us doing some train spotting. Oh, actually. Wait a minute. There's a fire bucket over there. Go! Fill the fire bucket. Hang on. Wait there a minute. I've got to get off the tracks. There we go. There you go. Carry on. You good. Okay. So, yeah, I think we'll watch this train depart. The one we have successfully brought up from Bishop's Lydiard. With no screw-ups whatsoever. Well, not on this run, there wasn't. The ones before that, we just ignore. Oh, Oh, it is. It's going all the way out of the station to run around. Flashing signal there. I think that's the yard signal. Welcome to Minehead. To Minehead. It's just a German saying, look at my head. Minehead. Are there any other collectibles I missed on this platform? Hang on a minute. Oh, is this our Western? And then Chris Bush wrecked you at Bristol when you just ran me style. Oh yeah, that's our loco still idling away down here. Milady. That's Milady still idling away down here. And there's the peak. 25113. Very nice. Water tower for the steam locos. Hopefully at some point Train Sim World, Dovetail say they want to introduce steam locomotives to Train Sim World. Because they've been around in Train Simulator for a long time, but presumably they focused on diesels and modern units and stuff and EMUs and that for Train Sim World. But they are working. The end goal is steam locos, and I can't wait for when we can do this in a flipping GWR Castle loco or something like that. I believe they have one that lives at the railway. Oh, rumbling in. Yeah, I think we'll just plonk down near the end of the platform under the signal gantry and watch this. But look at the reflection of the the reflection of the light on the platform. That looks so nice. Honestly, I've said it time and again, lighting and weather in this game is underrated. It's really nice. It's really nice what they do in this game. Really, really nice, you know? So yeah, no, I never actually got around to telling you the list of the Magnificent Seven. The 7 Westerns that are preserved. We've seen 3 of them today. Looks really good. It does. It does, doesn't it? So yeah, the Magnificent 7 Westerns, we've seen 3 of them today. The total list in order: D1010 Western Campaigner, that's the one that's on the turntable, which ran over and Scootsman was like, ooh, turntable spins round. Campaigner was just parked up like, what is happening? Spinning around like, what is happening? What is happening? I've just broken my whiteboard. Not quite. Anyway, so we got Campaigner, 1013 Western Ranger. My ears do perk up when certain words are said. It's true. That's fair. That is fair. Western Ranger D1013 is preserved. D1015 Western Champion is preserved. That's probably the most well-known of the preserved ones because that's mainline certified. So it hauls a lot of mainline rail tours, which is awesome because you get to see them out on the mainline going at the speed they were designed to be, which is fast, which is really cool. So Western Champion's been out on the mainline quite a bit. And then the one that's languishing in the National Railway Museum is Western Fusilier D1023. And I say languishing in the National Railway Museum because, like, it's nice that they preserve locos and stuff and store stuff there, but it is a museum. They're treated as static exhibits. They don't exactly care for them as actual, like, functioning, living machines. So if a loco sits in there for a long time, the internals ain't great. They don't, you know, like I said, they're museum exhibits. They're not vehicles anymore. Unless you're named Flying Scotsman. Otherwise. So, Fusilier is preserved. Then, more scrapped. I think the next one might be Western Lady. Western Lady, yeah, D1048. Maroon, yep, maroon. So, yeah, Western Lady. Next one is they've not finished listing them. That's great. Aha. Well, there's a simple thing down here that shows. Right, there we go. This one just shows them. Okay, so Western Prince as well. Yeah, Western Prince. Oh, and this shows their locations as well. Okay. Oh, that does make sense. Okay, so D1010 Western Campaigner is livery BR Maroon with half yellow ends. Home base, the West Somerset Railway. So there you go. Sat on in the turntable over there. Home base for it. So what were the others we've seen today? We've seen Western Lady. That's in BR Blue with full yellow, and it's based at the Midland Railway. But it could easily have been based here as well. The Midland Railway in Butterley in Derbyshire. That was Western Milady. And then we've got, what was the last one? West 1062, Courier. That's it, Western Courier. It's based at the Severn Valley. And I remember when me and my dad went there, and I was very little. I was a very small boy at the time. They actually outshopped Western Courier after like a decades-long like overhaul. And it was outside the works at Kidderminster or I'm trying to remember which station it was. I think it was Kidderminster. Out of the works there at Kidderminster, and it was rolled out. I think the paint was still wet on it. It got a fresh coat of paint. It was ready to go, and there was this absolute throng of like railway photographers and enthusiasts, all right there, like it's the return of the golden child. You know, it's like the chosen one is back. You know, it was like a special moment. So they're all there with like telephoto lenses, trying to get the best shot. And apparently, my dad said he really laughed that. There was just me at the front, like this little 5-year-old with like a little disposable camera. Just being like, Daddy, I'm getting pictures of the train, you like? And he was like, good one, son. I'm proud of you. But I assume this one is leaving at 16:07, based on. It's getting dark. Well, that's probably why that light's reflecting as it is. But it is getting dark in the game. We started our journey back up here at around 2:15, didn't we? So. That would check out. Story checks out. Oh, I think the stream's going to end up going exactly 5 hours. I would be all right with that if I didn't have things to do tonight. You got to go already. Jason, that's fine. We're not going to be around. This is going to be finishing fairly soon anyway. Thank you for joining us today. As always, we love you, bud. Christmas Penguin. Wish you Merry Christmas. Of course. So do I. Obviously. So, yeah, we just stood in the snow at the end of the platform, just shivering. When's this train going to depart? I have to say, though, for a 5-hour stream, I think the fact that it hasn't felt like 5 hours is a good thing. I hope it hasn't felt like a 5-hour stream to you guys either. Or if it has, it's felt like a good 5-hour stream, should we put it that way. 5-hour energy. So... let's actually crouch down, zoom in, get one last set of pictures. One last set of pictures for the road as we sit here in this blizzard. So we should have T-minus 2 minutes before this train leaves. They're normally fairly on time. The AI trains are fairly on time. Okie doke. So, yeah, I really hope you guys have enjoyed today's stream. This has been a mammoth tea and train stream. A Christmas special, and I believe it's been fitting of such a title. A Christmas stream. Ooh, Moving Chicane's playing Gran Turismo on PSP. Oh, I see. Nate's doing his Nate's Melon Mates community race. Okay. Alright, well that's on F1 2021. Okie doke. If I don't see you in upcoming streams, I hope to see you in late January, fingers crossed. Yep, let's hope for the best, bud. Have a lovely Christmas, dude, if I don't see you before then. So, you know what? Movie Chicane is a good shout for a raid. So, Jason, I'm not refunding your points. That was a good pick. I just wanted to check who else from my follower list was streaming as well, you know. But Movie Chicane playing Gran Turismo PSP. We're out here. I've never played that game, despite owning a PSP and being a super fan of Gran Turismo. So, yeah, in a bit, we will pop over and raid our buddy Movie Chicane. Wonderful human being. It's a great sim racer, mostly a Gran Turismo player. He's a Let's Player as well. Lovely, lovely, wholesome dude. Excuse me. I'm setting up a stream for much, much, much later. Yes! You've been doing, is it the 12 days of train stream, Christmas train streams? I've seen that. Obviously, American time zone. Time zone? Yeah, time zone. Yeah, there you go. Means that they're quite a bit later for me, or for us UK viewers. But if you're up and around at that time, wherever you are from, go hang out. Go support friends of the channel. We look after our own here. Bing. Oh, is expecting me to drive the train. Because that ain't going to happen. Who's going to tell the game
Switching up with Transport Fever today if it loads. Nice, okay. Hang on. Wait a minute. That's not showing for the 47. That's not pointed at the 47, I don't think. Hang on. Run down here. Well, it's got the road. Oh, yeah. It's okay, so we're supposed to be back in the west and running it around. Now when it says, are you sure you want to give up on this service? Yes, I would. Yes, I actually would. Meantime, when's this thing leaving? I mean, I'm hoping soon, because I'm about to get frostbite here. And it's getting dark. Bit of my usual strat of using screenshots from video games for cover art and things like that. It'll probably be on earlier than it had been on weekdays. Ooh, excellent. So what time are we talking? Hang on. There's no, like, give up on this service thing. Probably a couple of hours from now. Ooh, okay. I'll be around for that, probably. Depending on how long it takes to load. Yeah. If it's Motor Racer 2 or whatever Rhino was playing the other night, with its 10-minute load times, 4 p.m. New York and 9 p.m. UK. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I'll see if I can stop by. If any of you guys in the chat are able to as well, do the same thing. Meantime, when the bloody hell is this thing leaving? Where's this train going? You got the road, haven't you? Yeah. Signal's good to go. Are we waiting for another an arrival of some kind? Oh, we're coming to that. No, well, the signal wouldn't be down. I might go on a bit of a rant on what happened on Sunday with that mess of a Subway farewell trip. Yeah, well, go for it, man. It's your stream. Sounds like there's a lot to get off your chest there, rightfully so. This for a picture postcard view. Greetings from Minehead, the seaside. In the middle of winter. In freezing temperatures. Excuse me, mate. Are you leaving anytime soon? You going yet or what? Where's the next departure? I love how now it's not giving me the incessant things of like, do you want to give up on this? No. I wonder if it's 1:15 it leaves. When did the service we operated earlier leave? It's gonna go full circle, isn't it? Might be 1:15, you know. Oh. Okie doke. What's that? You think 1:15 as well? You think so? I think if it ain't left by 1:15, we're just gonna head off. We are just going to head, really, because I've just got frostbite in all my limbs. In every single limb I have. And it is now getting dark, and I just want to go inside to have a cup of tea. And put my clothes on a radiator. And then go home for Christmas, probably. Sounds like a nice plan, really. Yeah, you agree? Yep. I concur as well. Oh yeah, and we'll raid move to K. Because he am lovely dude. I've also got a few other people streaming at the moment from my follow list. We've got Cafe Ella, who's lovely. I think we've raided her before. She's a cozy streamer and regularly plays a lot of Animal Crossing and Pokemon. Nate Lupson is doing his community F1 race along with, and Skellingtor's in that race. We've got Curliest Fry. He's a cool dude as well. Kurorak, who's, I think, friend of a friend of the channel, Rezi. We will specifically raid Moving Chicane, but you got options. You got plenty of people to hang with. However you plan on spending the rest of your Christmas Eve. This thing want to move. Have patience. Your faith will be rewarded, hopefully. It is actually getting dark now. Well, the birds still seem to be enjoying the weather. In fact, that's the sound of seagulls. We are by the seaside. Green signal in the very distance, flashing signal there. Like I say, we've got the road, so I'm just wondering, we're probably just waiting for the departure time. The departed, if you will. So where are we at now? Well, you've got 2 minutes to leave, train. Just run over to the signal box. Oi, make that train leave now. But it's not supposed to leave for another. Just do it. Just do it, my fucking fine. Jeez. I love the subtle reflections on things, though. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Do you see on the back of that coach in the siding? It's subtly reflecting the light off the headlight of the 47 as it gets darker. And the reflections on the side of the shed here. That's really cool. Well, I'm also hoping that the game hasn't actually soft-locked into me, like, because it's hoping I'm going to go and actually run around that loco. It's like, I'm not. I'm not gonna. Right. 1 minute and counting. T-minus 1 minute. Hang on. This might work. Let's see. Yes. Yes, we can have an advert. Yes. Come on. Come on, hurry up. YouTube advertising itself. Okay, here we go. Alright, here we go. Attention. It's like the flipping Le Mans stream. Safety car in virtual safety car in 30 seconds. Oh, yes! 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 The timing! Hey, there we go. That is awesome. Oh, yeah. We out. See you later, mate. Off you go. Into the blizzard. And the fair night of Christmas. Slight issue in that there's no lights on in any of the coaches. Oopsie. Unless that's just an empty stock move, I don't know. But, yep, off they go. And, yeah, we out. Because I'm flipping cold. So, thank you all so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate your company. As I'm sure you're all aware. I hope you are aware. I love having your company here. I've loved doing tea and trains in these more chilled streams. Hopefully a bit more chilled anyway. The fact that today hasn't felt like it's gone on for 5 hours is a big compliment. I've really enjoyed today's stream. I hope you guys have as well. If I do not see you all this side of Christmas, I hope you have the most lovely Christmas. I think we all deserve it, except for the Tories, and especially Boris Johnson. He deserves fuck all. He doesn't even deserve coal in his stocking. He deserves nothing. 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 Anyway, I hope you all have a lovely festive period. Thank you all for your support this year, and especially in recent months when we've been getting this going again. We're off to... thanks, AJ. Have a good one. Thank you, Sure W. Did you follow today, by the way? I know you were new in the chat. Meantime, what we're going to do is... We're going to set up to go over and go and pop over and raid our bud, the Moving Chicane. If you want to come with us, you're more than welcome to. However you choose to spend the rest of your Christmas Eve, I hope you have a lovely time. And I hope you have the best Christmas. See you later.